Go ahead and load the game. We have our map, the Grey Dwarfs. Oh, I forgot to open the queue. That's on me. Jeff wants a physical copy. Oh, of GTA? I mean, that's fine. If that's your thing. Why is it play? Oh, right, we had Deadpool going on. Right, we wrapped up during Deadpool. Yeah, so we got our colony going. We're a guilty ideology. So we are making a requirement that I have to help anyone who asks for help, no matter what my situation is, and just do our best to try and succeed in that. Obviously, if we fail, we fail. But that doesn't mean we've automatically lost the run or whatever. Because there's just times where someone will be like, you know, while this is going on, a refugee wants help, and then they come on the map and instantly die. Is this a map on a landmark tile? No, so this is using the geological landforms mod, which used to be a very, I mean, I guess it still is popular. But if we pull up the world map, this is a water source on impassable mountain. But the geological landform mod offers, like, if you remember before Odyssey, and then we got Odyssey and we got, like, some things, we'd have, like, this cave area with all the caves around it. All those used to be something that came to this mod. So you see this water source here, and this would normally be an impassable tile. But because that water source comes to that tile, that's why we have this. Please don't kill each other. But, cool. Did you hurt him too bad? No, you just bruised him up. But yeah, so it is one of those things that, like, it was a very popular mod because it offered a lot of variance in gameplay. Because there wasn't that much variety in the old maps. But with the new map, or with the mod, I don't even know where these... Oh, the skulls came from the twisted obelisk we had down here. But yeah, so, that just completely distracted me. Do you have a custom xenotype? Not yet. We started with a tribal start, and we've gone, like, very, very heavy on, like, the full, like, mole thing. That was kind of the idea, is we wanted to, kind of do this. We had done, like, a couple different, like, different biomes, like the mushroom biome and all that starts, doing kind of thematic runs. It was like, you know, what do we want to do? And we did a vote, and we did, like, you know, the very heavy, like, diggy hole kind of one. That's not in the right spot. That's fine. Alright, and let's see. Yeah, you want a physical copy? That's fine. Oh, I missed that we were researching complex furniture at all. Okay. Well, that changes a lot of things. So, first of all, get these out of here. So, one of the challenges I'm going to run into is I don't really have the ability to get wood on this tile on any meaningful capacity. So, we're probably going to be using some really crappy stone furniture. I do not have bridge tech. Oh my, square rooms? Yeah, we have square rooms on this one. It's fine. We also have a bunch of rooms that are round for various reasons, just to make it that way. Like, my storage room is round, these are round. The bedrooms, I just made them square because I didn't feel like taking the time. Right, and you still have bruises to be treated. He wants to get him more for collecting. He recently had a childhood friend pass away, and they played GTA in the past. Yeah, I mean, that's a reasonable thing. Like, that's the thing. I don't look at GTA and be like, how dare anyone support it? I've played plenty of GTA in my life. I just think the unfortunate reality we're running into right now with GTA is just the matter that, you know, they made a bunch of money on GTA Online, and they're probably not going to forget that they made a bunch of money on GTA Online. So, one unfortunate reality we're probably going to be dealing with is my ability to get wood is pretty limited. Oh no. My door's not in the right spot. Avert your eyes, chat. We could have gone our whole lives without knowing that that was wrong. But unfortunately, we know now. So I need to remove that tile, remove this door. It doesn't really matter, but look, man, it matters in my heart. But yeah, no, I completely missed that the complex furniture queued up. That's good. We got deep drilling. That's honestly a big meme for this run. I'm in a freaking mountain. I do not need deep drilling for a very long time. But at the end of the stream yesterday, we did get our bioferrite generator, so we do have bioferrite happening. I'm finally going to disassemble our ship chunk that ended up inside the building, which is a bit of a shame, but I do need more containment. Oh, right, I don't have more uranium. It's fine, we'll get there. Yeah, so we're waiting for... That was the thing, we got Death Paul. Oh no. Per our rules, I have to try and rescue this person. Okay. This, like, objectively, if we're not playing with our artificially set rules where I have to try and rescue everyone, we ignore this person and we do not try and deal with this. But because that, when I come around this corner, is going to kick off. So even, we still have to try. I don't think we're going to succeed. We do have to try, though. Go grab your sword, you two, get to the door. All of you, pack in behind. You as well. So my hope here is we pop the door and aggro a bunch of them. I'm not sure we get over here. Where's the down person? Man, you had to down right next to Shambler. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get there before they bleed out. Like, without this, it's a race. But I'm going to probably have to fight through all of this. That's enough people. Open the door. Can I get you an angle you can hit that? Come on, aggro me. Run. There you go. There we go. The Shamblers won't kill people who are downed. Generally speaking, RimWorld has some pretty strong rules about downed pawns. There's not a way we get... Okay. I'm gonna try something that's risky. We are going to just try to run. Oh, hey. That might work out perfectly. Go run distraction for me. You don't bother. You're hurt. Go back inside. This might work. You're supposed to go in the home zone. What? Oh, that's a home zone now. That's fine. Go in there. So you're probably going to be our best one for patching this person up. You're already at moderate blood loss. Please do not friendly fire me while I'm doing this. Okay. So you're on that. Meanwhile, all hell's gonna break loose over here. Okay, so it's refugee saved. Okay, that's enough to capture them. Server Lord, for the love of everything, go inside. Oh wait, I just canceled your ability to go there, didn't I? Okay, you did not drop them. Alright, so the problem here is if I open up on them, I'm probably just going to friendly fire them. That's a lot of shamblers. I would definitely want to... Okay. Oh, that's interesting. The flares used to work on shamblers. I guess not anymore. That's deeply concerning. All of you shoot that one. Okay. So you two... How many of those shamblers? Alright, so you two move over here. And you as support move over there. They're trying to have it so... So shamblers stay dead? Most of the time they will. There are ones that will get back up. Okay. So schedule, unrestrict all you. No dangerous animals here. There's 2 zombie babies, which dislike immensely. Alright. So the people who took injuries, you got a scratch, you get a scratch, and you were injured from a social fight earlier. So luckily we did have that, the allies show up, because I was worried about having to, like, fight through everything. We'll rescue you. I was worried about having to fight through everything and then just getting a thing. Is there a percent on if the shamblers get up? I don't believe so. It's been a long time since I've seen one get up. I think sometimes, I can't remember if they had death refusal or is it just a chance that they get up every so often. I can't remember. It's very rare. It's not a thing I worry about too much, because usually the one shambler getting up by themselves, you just shred anyways, so who cares? It's not a significant concern, is the important bit. Okay, so all those are processed. You're patching up our person. That's the one. So we captured you. Probably should keep them. Starvation on you. That's good enough. You're not going to die. Go eat your food. And then you were rescuing that person. Because we also get the mood bonus from anytime we let a prisoner go, we get a mood bonus for like 6 days. And it also gets us reputation with one of the hostile neighbors. And we're actually pretty close, if I'm not mistaken, of getting the... No, that's them. Well, eventually we'll get them to be our friends. Or not. It's fine either way. Because psychopath means a lot of extra social fights. They don't have aggressive, which is at least one thing working in our favor. They do have plants, though. So I am debating keeping this person. Because we really do need a plants person. But they have the trot hands, which does make them slower as well, and they're hungry, which makes them also get less work done. I'll probably just let them go. Continue to work on our reputation. Also, please take that corpse out of this room. And that one. Okay, just getting the corpses are going to be immediately a problem for anyone standing in here. Obviously, there's a bunch more corpses that we would like to get moved out here, but that is what it is. Major break risk because you proposed to Luxray and were rejected. Only fixes brother's computer? Gotcha. Well, that's nice. Disease infection on the person we rescued. Do the best you can. Right, and I switched you over to the medicine because medicines. Alright, that's another disease on you. Okay, you're taking care of it. Okay, so a little close. And we did get a little bit of relationship boost for sending back their pigmen. The reason I didn't go with this, one, is they were a pigman, so they had the trotter hands, so that does make their manipulation heavily penalized. It's like 15% or something like that. They do have a higher hunger rate, which means they're going to spend a lot more time running back and forth from getting food. And all of that costs them ability to work. And then they were psychopath. And while psychopath means you can like have them be your dedicated body hauler or whatever, and there's certainly an argument to be made for that. The psychopaths also have a much higher rate of getting into social fights. And then the reality is social fights do lead to constant injuries, lost fingers and toes, and all that kind of stuff, and negative relationships between your colonists. Social fights are deceptively bad for your colony. Like, they don't seem like that big a deal, but they will slowly burn you down from the inside. Pigmen can eat raw food immune to food poisoning? I believe so. I usually don't have to worry about that too much. Like, outside of specific events, I'm usually not having to worry about not cooking my food. Like, this run's been rough because of the wood, but we're now on the other side of that problem, so I shouldn't have to worry too much. So we start going into these rooms and slowly replacing our sleeping bags with actual furniture, because we got complex furniture. We're also going to start putting our shelves in here. What else do I... Oh yeah, one of the other things I'm going to do is miscellaneous. Sarcophagus. What type of brick do I have in the tile? We've got marble. We don't have a lot of that. We'll make the sarcophagus marble. Alright. We're not going to be able to build all those, and I don't care. What other furniture were we waiting on? Because there was a lot. Oh, we wanted the ideology styling table. Need to wait till I get some wood in stock. I switched this over to the medicine because I'm like, I'm not going to need wood hardly ever. And I'm now immediately going, but, oh, right, because I switched that to fiber corn down there. So instead of having this be the trickle of medicine, I'm making it the trickle of wood. And then this will be the trickle of medicine once Luxray can catch up with it. I don't want to go that close to the edge. We already almost lost people to the edge of the map a couple of times now. Okay, go haul that go juice back because it's a decent amount, just in case we get a Hussar. Okay, Burning Sun. should be aging up relatively soon. We're not going to have a particularly good age up, unfortunately. That's the thing I do really need. Furniture. Where's desk? There you are. Slate. Alright. So we got a ton of projects to be worked on. I don't have that many colonists that are able to do a lot of these, because unfortunately we got like, well, you see here and you're like, oh, that's a decent number. Well, that's a child. Kodioski was a creepy joiner who had crumbled mind, so since we're required to help everyone, but that means they can barely do anything around here. If we look at our passions, we don't actually have that many passions throughout the entire colony. You know, definitely the entire colony is people just trying to make it through the day. They're not there for extra work. Look, man, they're just here to collect a paycheck. Lower your expectations a little. Also, they're not getting paid. But that's besides the point. But yeah, so despite having a large number of people, we actually don't have that many resources we could throw at our problems. Okay. You'll take a paycheck, I know, right? Yeah, no one's restricted to anything. It won't be too much longer before I'm going to want to try and put some type of limiter so that all these critters stop eating my crops. We have gone in like mass hunting escapades when we're getting low on leather and all that. But I haven't felt the need to do that for a while. Yeah, and those are queued up to be disassembled because we do have our new research room up here. So we can get our advanced tech. It's still such a meme that we're getting the deep drilling on a mountain tile. Okay, so nomads are showing up. We're required to go and help them. They have no kids among them, and there are a lot of them. Which is not the greatest. We are going to make them drop their weapons since they are all adults. They can betray us. Okay. We actually don't have much food right now, which is a little concerning. I won't have you cook. Don't worry about hunting. You are going to do plants. Not going to worry about having any of you do art or construction. If you find time, you can help research. Don't worry about mining. And all of you can help with all that. That's fine. That can be fine for now. We got a lot of refugees just came in. That is a big old group of refugees. Hopefully, how long are you staying? Don't be long. 10 days. All right, so I do think this is going to be the point where we're probably going to have to expand. We are a guilty ideology, basically doing a mountain run kind of thing. But basically required to help anyone who asks, no matter what our situation is. So like right here, we had the situation where we weren't really in that great a shape, food-wise and all that. But a really large group of, oh, actually, we're not, okay, we're fine. They just haven't hauled the food back in here. I got tons of food, never mind. I'm started looking at like the 900 food going, that's a lot of food I need, and I definitely don't have that much. Yeah, no, it looks like we're fine. Major break risk on you, because you have observed a giant pile of corpses. That's fine, and you're gonna keep observing them till they're in the water off to the right. was gonna say, you're lucky you didn't break anything. If you hurt my pawn, like actually did long-term damage, there would be words. Okay, so let's see who we've got here. A kind misogynist who's psychically dull. No thank you. A tortured artist who's a misogynist, wimp, delicate, and all that. No thank you. Tough. Sadly doesn't have anything else going for it, and a peg leg? I wouldn't, oh, I forgot, because we're a guilty ideology, if they ask to join, that's considered a charity thing, I would be required to say yes. I'm probably going to use it for power. Right now it doesn't have power generation. I have to build the power things on it, which we won't have access to way later. It's basically a glorified nightlight right now. But I think eventually we're going to shove it down here, because I think that's where I got the largest space that doesn't have overhead mountain. And I'll see if I can make a ship happen. We are going to use the anchor, though, because the point is to keep this spot. I think ideally I'm going to make a shuttle docking spot, and then use the shuttle docking to reach distant places. Okay, those hops, I guess, whatever. Right, so let's go ahead and grab you. Convert, start on the left. We're just going to keep hitting people till we got them converted. Alright, so you have 1.9 till you're converted. Yeah, now my power generation right now is we are using bioferrite, so we're doing anomaly. Okay, you went down due to intense pain and food poisoning. Oh, you read the, one second. Assign, manage reading, anything, no tomes. Tomes can cause people to go berserk just by reading them. Or have a mental break, I should say, not specifically berserk. Inspired creativity on Apple. Excellent. That means you get to do an extra piece of art in the near future, Apple. Murderous rage on Kira Liz. Do you want to die? Because what you're proposing right now is your own death. And possibly the immediate hostility of all the other refugees. Well, you're frail. Okay, so in that case, let's do this a little differently. Don't fire. Run over there and punch this frail person in the face. Nicely done, team. We have not caused them to turn against us. Because if you try and murder the baby, you will not be coming out of here alive. I mean, so, like, we're gonna try and help everyone. That does include our own colonists, though. Like, if someone's like, hey, I'm gonna straight up murder your colonists, I'm gonna tell them no. In a very assertive manner. In this case, bludgeoning them over the head with the stocks of our guns. Okay. You don't tend to arrest your broken pawns? Is there a story why? Well, that one is a refugee. If I arrest a refugee, a lot of times a refugee will turn hostile, as you're effectively kidnapping them. Generally speaking, you can arrest your own colonists, but one of the things you run into if you arrest your own colonists is you'll get the I was imprisoned penalty. And that can be kind of annoying. It's just not necessary. Like, don't get me wrong, there are some stuff that's worth considering, like, very genuinely insulting spree is worth considering arresting. Right, and you don't get the 40%, or the 40 catharsis. Like, right now, these people are all pissed off because they're dealing with the fact that they're eating food they don't like and everything else because they came to my colony and we're not offering, like... Our ideology has its own peculiarities with the food options. Okay. But yeah, generally speaking, if a mood break isn't going to be something catastrophic, I'll generally let it slide. In like that case, if I were to arrest that person, it's not quite a guarantee, but pretty close to a guarantee that they would have gone hostile or just left. Versus if I punch them, as long as I don't kill them, then everything should be fine. Oh, you don't have a meditation spot. Right now, I'll just put it there. Okay. Yeah, right now the problem I'm running into is people seem to be hitting on each other constantly and getting refused. Yeah, so we have this one. We've helped one person who was a refugee, so he got a little bit of bonus. Not a very big one. Got a caravan. Alright, that's the weapons they dropped. But so you haven't had an issue arresting a broken murder hobo in the past? It's a matter of if they're a refugee or not a refugee. If they're a refugee, it can get you into trouble. If they're not a refugee, the only concern you have is potentially like you losing the dice roll where you arrest them if it's not 100%. Alright, so Burning Sun had a growth mo... So, you got Slowpoke, Bloodlust, or nothing. I'm gonna go with nothing. I know there's people who love Bloodlust because they don't care about corpses. 4 times the chance of social fighting is obnoxious. I would rather deal with the mood penalties of collecting corpses than constantly have, you know, having my people all bruised up and everything because someone's just picking a fight or a thing. Yeah, but you already know I don't just rip out people's tongues. Like, there's lots of, like, kind of meta things you can do around the thing, like, if someone's abrasive or volatile or whatever, you cut out their tongue, they can't, you know, yell at each other. They won't start social fights if they have no tongue either. But then they'll, you know, have a negative bonus to, or a negative mood penalty permanently. That's basically like, you know, my voice has been taken away or whatever it is. And generally it's easier to just not deal with that. I forgot I have all those hearts from the Twisted Monolith. Okay, so we're getting rid of all the guns I will almost certainly never use. Let's see what I'm left with in this. I actually have a lot of these bolt actions. Let's actually throw the worn out ones. You take Bloodless every time because it's at least the pawn who will be happy after a raid. Yeah, no, there's reasons to take it. I'm not saying, like, you'll notice a lot of the things I say, it's like, this is not doing it for strategic reasons, this is doing it for whatever. And again, a lot of the things that make some of those things really strong is kind of mitigating the game mechanics, which again, no judgment about any of that. But it's just not my preference on how to play. Okay, so you're at 50 so far as our friendship. Let's go and make that higher. Get these cursed books out of my life. Take the Gojus. Right. So with these, let's take the 2 worn out ones. I don't need that many. Let's go ahead and get rid of the shotguns. Give them the art. Oh, and give them the hearts. I'm never going to use that so you can have... Nah, it doesn't give me another point, so that's fine. Yeah, that's what we can give up. Okay, we did have enough to get allied. Right, okay, so we were 1 point over. I thought we were 1 point under. I did the math wrong. Cool, so we got ourselves new allies. So that means we got 2 allies. And Server Lord got converted just by someone walking by. Wait. You jerk. Cody swung in at the last second and converted them to a different religion. Or different ideology. So we got them all the way down to like 1.5% just for someone else to swoop in and flip them. We've had a rough time with the conversions because until we got Canadian, who joined us as a child, we were dealing with having like no meaningful social on our people. Masterwork slate statue. It is a slate statue of some random person who I don't care about in the colony. For this one, let's go ahead and put it in the break room. That way everyone benefits from it. What is your... Oh, right, you have asthma now, because you turned 23 and the game decided that was too old to be without asthma. We're gonna go ahead and have our... our party. Let's see, you've had a prisoner somehow convert your own moral guide to their ideology. Oh, like your moral guide, something happened that their... Ooh, unforgettable. Nice. That their, like, ideology strength was super weakened and all that kind of stuff. And then with all that, you know, basically just swept to the last thing to get there. Meteorite marble. Alright, I mean, do you want to just block this off with those meteorites? Because that's actually about where I was going to be putting a wall anyway, so you're just saving me brick at this point. Got the Black Lawn mining out the colony? That's not a mechanic in the game? Unless you're doing some weird mods. Okay. But yeah, no, you know, like, a lot of you know, like, generally speaking, you won't see me do mass organ harvesting, you won't see me do cannibal runs that often. Like, it's not never, but it's kind of those things that, like, you know, when I first started playing RimWorld, I did all that, like everyone does. But it was just kind of one of those things that after all that, I was like, okay, once the novelty's worn off, cannibalism's just an easier run. Like, that's just the reality, is it's just, it makes the game easier. But, I tend not to do a lot of things of, you know, again, cutting out people's tongues to prevent them from starting social fights, that kind of stuff. So, a lot of that stuff absolutely is what you do if you're trying to do, like, the strong meta, whatever you want to go with strategies. But for me personally, I would much rather approach it where we're just kind of running a perfectly reasonable colony. Okay. And the reason I'm doing that is we're starting to research the thing to detect invisible stuff. And one nice thing about a map with only one way and one way out, I can just shove that crap all the way there on the left, put it right here, and the moment something pops in here, we'll get immediate notification that it's there. Now, it might be not wide enough, and you might have to put one on the other side too, but if that's, I mean, or I could just put some wall in to, like, just shrink the path a little bit narrower. Yeah, no, it's just a preference, and, like, no judgment for anyone. You, like, play the game how you want. But I do find, for me personally, the more edgy playstyles and all that. Again, like, it had a fun novelty when I first started playing RimWorld, but after a while I was like, you know what? I find the game more interesting and more challenging to play where you're behaving like, you know, reasonable, rational people who aren't ready to, like, skin their friends alive and turn them into couches. Or make a bunch of, you know, human leather hats or whatever. Yeah, those are all biocoded. Oh no, the jade knife got outside. Just don't have any of the shelves built. Okay, storage. I'm putting too much effort into trying to keep this jade knife here. It wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to, like, micro it at all. But I don't want them to collect all the crap knives and keep them here. Like, now we have shelves, all I gotta do is I gotta make a shelf. But we're still playing catch up. Who do we have construction? Why does it feel like it's taking forever? So you're gonna get back to work on Server Lord. Luckily, Canadian Hussy actually does a good job of converting now we've got them as the leader. Or not as the leader, as the moral guide. Okay, who's our construction person? So Server Lord has cooking in that. That's right. Donkey Duff was doing it, so we're gonna put Donkey Duff back under construction. We had taken them off so they could actually get some crafting done. Because it's just one of those things, I need a dedicated grower is what I need. We don't have literally anyone in our colony's ranks that has the passion for it, so we have people like subbing in as needed. But I need someone to do that, because that'll free Luxray up to be our crafter, which will free up Donkey Duff to continue doing construction, which will free up, you get the idea. Disease, plague. Well, you're gonna get the Glitter World. Here's my best doctor other than that. Not that great at pickings. Alright, so... Big tent. 108 will do. Switch that back down to regular. The reason I switch it back to regular is they do have asthma. Because they turned 23 and the game said that was too old. Oh, we are up to the point where we can do chronophagy. Chronophagy is the one and only thing when it's like the different things you can run into. Where it's like, no, this is like super unethical. But I'm gonna do it anyways because it's just too strong. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. Deep drilling, ground penetration scanner. Well, at least you got the two of those together. I don't need or want either of them. But at least you got the combo. You are already set to have your other feeding schedule, right? Oh, never on you, urgent on the rest of you. Alright. Okay, is this for the plague? Yes, this is for the plague. So switch back to the glitter. Glitter's being a bit wasteful for plague. But I'm also going, like... I found most of the time these days, I don't find myself struggling to get Glitter World. You get enough quests and all that for Glitter World if you keep an eye on the trade caravans and you don't make enemies out of everyone. Usually you don't have much in the way of problems with keeping Glitter World on hand. Like, you'll run out from time to time. It's usually not that hard. And so the number of times I've lost colonists from, like, this disease or that, while, you know, sitting on a stack of like 30 or 40 glitter world. I've just kind of learned to just be like, nope, it's a disease I can kill, and we don't have like super immune or something. Dude, you don't have super immune, right? You don't have like super immune or something? Sure, we're gonna immediately break out the glitter. Okay. Constructioning as fast as we can. It's just not getting done. Okay, so there's a proximity detector. So what we're going to want to do here is you are resting, so don't do that. Who else can we have mine? Congratulations. You're getting yourself a new job. I want you to mind that one block all the way there on the end. We go anomaly. Proximity sensor right there. And then what we'll do is we'll seal that in the wall later. Actually, because then you can run over here and do all that. These two tiles I'll want to make part of my home zone. Medical emergency on you. How are you doing? Not good. Not good at all. And we're working on getting this built out to make this into our ideology room. Then we're going to clear this out, and it's going to become a dedicated hospital, because my goodness do I need one badly. But I wanted the hospital to be right by the entrance. Okay. We got the cultists. So we're going to grab absolutely everyone who can get up. Except Canadian. You're a pacifist. You're going to start working your way out here as fast as you can. There's not much worth animal calling right now. Like, the random deer are just gonna fall over dead against them. Plus, as you can see, we are not struck. Yep. So we did have a refugee die of plague. So we did fail that. I'm surprised you're just gonna ignore that. Okay, looks like just 2 left. Alright. Have a lovely time. Yeah, no, that's because the one got plagued, and I wasn't willing to burn the glitter on that. So we gave it a good try to help him, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Hi. Hi.
You're the husband, yes you are, and you even own a car.
I mean, that's true, yes.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you. It was a good song.
I mean, it was accurate. It was technically true. The best kind of true. Or no, it's technically accurate. The best kind of accurate, or whatever it was. Who just died? We had refugees that showed up. Unfortunately, we got hit with, like, 4 people getting plague. So the 2 refugees that got plague didn't make it. To be fair, like, one of them already had a whole bunch of health problems, and that was the reason I was like, alright, I don't think we're managing to save these people. I also don't have any herbal medicine. I have just, sorry, I'd have just, like, Industrial and Glitter World and not a whole lot of it to spare. Okay. That's going to be a task that's going to take forever. It's going to use up a bunch of slate, which is good. And it'll give us way more storage. And then the other advantage is if we do that, I can probably delete this zone now entirely and allow them to actually store the brick in here again. Because we only moved it out there because it was filling up this whole place. I'm actually trying to build a grav ship on this map. So, what I'm talking... It's not going to be until we get the research. I'll probably try and put the grav ship down here to make like a micro grav ship, and then have a grav anchor so we don't lose the map. And then maybe that becomes our away team to go gather unique weapons and stuff like that to return. Kind of accepting I'm going to be undermanning the grav ship for whatever it goes to do. But, I can't build it here. This is basically being a glorified nightlight. It's just I need to put it somewhere so it's there. But down here I should have enough space I can wedge in a tiny little ship. And you're continuing to just chip more and more block. The good news, like, at this point, all of this has the blocks removed. There's a little bit here where we're actively mining. I've got a bunch in this area that doesn't seem to be getting done, but all this is getting sorted. So we are slowly getting it all fixed up. But all in all, the base is coming together. I didn't have high hopes for that group of refugees we had. A lot of them had stuff that was leading them to social fights and all that to begin with. It's like, okay, you're just going to slowly get after each other. What is going on here? You're just missing the junction. Not a high priority. Just keep building. Wait, Server Lord is also doing construction? Oh, right. Yeah, they both can do it. I put Donkey Duff on it because it was just taking too long to get caught up. Okay. And that'll be the ideology room, so it'll need its floors smoothed out. I mean, honestly, at this point... if the room exists, just... we'll have to wait for those to be done. But those can just be added to the queue, and they'll get to them when they get to them. That's a very macro-scale project. We also don't have much reason to work on that until we have the power cable run all the way across the map. Too many projects. Inspired taming, If we had a boomalope, I would consider it a an alpaca would definitely be one I'd consider. These ones here, none of them interest me. If we're lucky, we might get something like a thrumbo or alpaca or boomalope or one of those. Because then I can just tuck them in here and just let them do their thing. And it'll be fine. And little by little, the quality of the statues are improving. What are you up to? 15. That basically happens each and every time that we have a caravan come through, is we'll give up all of our art. I'm using that as just a way of deleting all these bricks. Heck yeah, traces amounts of wood. Drifter, come on, unnatural healing. Come on, unnatural healing. Nope, you have Body Master, so you're the one who never needs to sleep, eat, or comfort. You can just work forever, and you're a psychopath. I am not a big fan. You do construction, though. But again, per our rules, I have to help this person. Alright, so we're going to allow them to join. Psychopath who never sleeps. I feel like those go together, though. Like, if you never sleep, you are definitely a psychopath. Do we get to vote on our rules? Oh no, that would be way too hard to do. If we were going, like, we voted on the type of run we were doing, but voting on individual rules would be a whole big mess. Oh, for a moment when I saw the red eyes, I'm like, don't be a hussar. Alright, so we got this. Remove sleep from the schedule? Yep, we need to go through and do all that. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. So you still have recreation as a need. Alright, so, for a brand new psychopath who never sleeps, who may or may not end up staying here very long, we have Bassett, who ironically just stepped away to go to sleep. Welcome to the colony. And for right now, I'm going to leave them unarmed for the moment. I will very likely give them a gun later. They are a creepy joiner who just joined, making sure you are not set to doctoring or cooking. Cool. That should be fine. Or wardening, right? And wardening's probably okay. For now. Just in the off chance that... we don't need them to be wardening. Just in the off chance that they are metal horror, so gray flesh. Why did I take that off? Just in the off chance they are infected with metal horror, because that's actually one of the likely things that could be their negative. Alright, so we are being... It says that multiplying us. They must be Neanderthals, that few. Yep. Alright, so Beset. That'll do for right now. So with a group of Neanderthals, let's start here. Grab all of you. And tuck you over here. Pop that door open on the way by. Because we do want to do a bunch of damage on them before they manage to close range on us. I think this might line up good. Okay, all of you. Fall back. You did what you could to put some damage in on the way in. I'm sorry, Apple Lords. Was this the time, friend? I feel like Luxray rejecting this proposal was just a reasonable response. You're actively being stabbed by Neanderthals, and you're like, you know, you wanna get hitched? When the battle's done, you want to get married? Meanwhile, they're... Oh, we only got bruises. Heck yeah. Okay, anything exciting here? We got some spears and all that. Spears are actually pretty solid weapons. I usually take those over the axes most of the time. I think I'm gonna do that too. Like, unless they're like uranium axes or whatever. You do have a uranium spear. Alright. And also check out the Ents doing some, I believe... I didn't catch it, it was probably about Baldur's Gate 3, but regardless, plays like Coral Island, plays Stardew Valley, plays a bunch of games like that. Also been doing like Baldur's Gate and a whole bunch of stuff like that, so any of that sounds good, you can find over there. One heads up is they do stream in German, just as a heads up since we do stream in English. Just so people are aware. I keep waiting to see if our one person who passed away gets a statue. So I can put a statue up here and then like bury them kind of thing. How about instead of refueling, you drag that corpse out of here? How about instead of relaxing, you drag that corpse out of here? And why not you get this corpse out of here too? So we don't have people constantly being like, I saw a body. You can tell it who to make the statue of? Yeah, that'd be nice. Because we did lose one, we've lost one colonist so far in our run. And it would be nice to be able to go back and be like, okay, we're now paying homage to that colonist. You know, they've got their, Okay, you're back down to 2. Don't get converted by someone else again, okay? Well, someone else would have to convert them because they can't convert them back to the ideology they're already in. So it would have to be, at this point, it would have to be Beset. Would have to be the one to convert them because everyone else is that ideology. It's either the ideology I want them to be or the ideology they already are. So Beset is the only one who could potentially do it. Also... I'm gonna keep you unarmed until we know what your deal is. Ooh, okay. So we'll be harassed from a site nearby. There'll be 2 mechanoids at that site and a toxic spewer. So, Mech Resurrection Serum is amazing. Now the downside is, this person here who died, as you can see, they died 2 whole years ago. We can't resurrect them. Their body's going to be way too far gone, unfortunately, because once they go to desiccated, they're not viable for that. So you get a Mech Resurrection Serum to secure that, which is probably what I do, because I can get this later. These you don't get very often. I definitely want to consider that. We could send a caravan of like 2 or 3 people, and they should be able to handle it fine, because most of the time the mechs just sleep. You can go up, trash the thing, and then leave. It does mention there could be an unknown threat, which is always the wild card. but it is worth a risk worth taking. Alright, let's accept it. Let's get this going. So, Mech Resurrection Serum, where... Oh, it hasn't appeared yet. Toxic Spewer. That's perfect. Send Caravan, return, accept. That's close enough we can get away with sending some more people. So we're going to send Donkey Duff. We're going to send Server Lord. And... then Cody and Celine. So I'm going a little heavy on who we're sending. It's only 2 mechs, so we're sending 4 people. But that's an EMP revolver. That's a higher accuracy revolver, and then some melee for cover. So we're going a little heavy, and the only reason I'm going heavy is because it's only a half-day walk to and from. And so it definitely feels like, well, it's things you just go for. Alright, so what we're going to do here is you've got that. That I want to make sure does not get destroyed. So we're going to go here real fast and make a little closet there. Who can mine who is staying here? Congratulations. You are now mining these tiles out. I'm going to immediately lock this thing in the wall. Okay, so now I can go zone, stockpile. Actually, let's make it a shelf. Schedule for right now. Everyone's restricted to home zone while Toxic Spear is going. Okay. It's fine, we'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, so we want to go to this shelf. Storage, clear, critical. So, healing mech serum, mech resurrection serum. So now we want to find the mech resurrection serum and immediately haul it into that vial. Because mech resurrection serum is one of those things that, because it's like high value, it tends to get targeted by tantrums. So we want to immediately seal it in the wall. Just to make sure it's available for when we need it. Let's see, Rual, quick question. Does the non-aging Archite gene also remove age-related problems, or will those need to be removed elsewise? Like, if you have an old pawn with a bad back or whatever, and you give them the Archite gene, will the bad back be healed? Oh, man, I'm trying to remember. I think it works like the, Oh, man, I can't remember if it just straight up heals them, or if it works like, the... It will not, you need Scarless. Good to get that. I was trying to remember, because it's one of those things I haven't done in forever. Yep, so we got a spare pocket healing resurrection serum. So technically, we do have what we need to fix Cody. Yeah, exactly, Cody. I'll say we do have what we need to fix Cody Husky now. We would just need to decapitate Cody Husky by extracting their skull. And then resurrect them immediately so we don't take any penalties. We got Tesseran and a Scorcher. So, I could take the safe play. Well, I mean, 50-50. I could just walk in and destroy this thing and run away. Or I could run my melee people up, have them simultaneously start opening up. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, that they decided for me. Back off before you get shot at. Okay, we're fine. Why did you get set on fire that late? Don't... Why do they always run directly into the fire? It's like every time. Hey, get back here. Get back here, get back here, get back here. Please, Server Lord. Oh, now you're gonna go and shoot fire after all that. Okay. So get up here, Scorcher. Get up here, Scorcher. Howard. I've done all of this wrong. I meant to hit it so it wouldn't cross over onto me. Okay, you need to get on that. Okay, well that was a hot mess, but it's at least not instantly fatal or whatever. You go down there and start dealing with this. I had not anticipated them waking up by me getting close. So you go ahead and start tending to them. Actually, you start tending to yourself. You won't do doctoring, so you just go down here. You start stabbing it. You start shooting it. And are you bleeding? Okay, so let's tend you. Did you get into line or sight or something? No, so it was like it was clearly a proximity thing. I haven't run to the ones where it's like loose enemies. I think I've done that before, because usually it'll be like a mech cluster protecting it, not just an individual one. Oh, Server Lord, if you could go grab, but you grabbed your weapon array. All right, and with that, it is done. Reform the caravan, get out of here. Accept. Grab the pemmican. Grab the basic materials. Oh, don't grab the steel? Guess it doesn't make a difference. But yeah, no, it's just they aggroed at a bad time because I forgot they could proximity. So I couldn't get back, and one of the people caught fire, and it's just like, just my luck that anytime someone catches fire, they end up running at the enemy. It's an RNG thing on how they move. I do kind of wish it would prioritize running away over running towards. Like, if there's an option, that is. Or run to water if there is water available, which they do prioritize that. Alright, let me go and get that stretch in real fast. Okay, and meanwhile, everyone can be unrestricted now. You're not worrying about toxic buildup. But yeah, it's one of the things I dislike about fire is how often the people, when they catch fire, they run into the enemy line. And the enemies will do it too, which actually could be a problem. What's my least favorite addition from Anomaly? I wouldn't really say there's anything I dislike that came with Anomaly per se. I really need you to get back. You're getting lots of infections. Because, like, don't get me wrong, there's anomalies, individual anomalies I like more or less, but I wouldn't say there's any I don't like. That's not from Anomaly, KLL. That's Odyssey. Anomaly would be all the spooky things. Yeah, no, I know it's like kind of a cop-out answer. There's not anything with Anomaly that I was like, oh yeah, no, I really don't like this. There's definitely events that can be stressful and a pain and all that kind of thing, but I wouldn't say I dislike them. It's kind of like they're a pain, but in the this is a challenge kind of way. Please get back. You're gonna die of your infection before we can even get you treated. Well, yeah, no, that's the thing. Least favorite. But my thing, I'd sit there and be like, least favorite. I wouldn't see that as, like, least positive. I understand that is technically correct. Usually when someone says least favorite, it's like the thing you dislike the most. It's like how it waits it out? I've never had to wait it out, though. Alright, so who got infections and how bad is it? You're tied. Take the glitter. You're losing. Take the glitter. Oh, and also, do not treat yourself. Okay, get to bed. Alright, who's our best doctor other than you? Apple. Treat them as fast as you can. And Serverlord was the other one. Okay, and then Apple could deal with that. As soon as this comes off cooldown, we're gonna have to preach Hell Serverlord. Like, in general, you find raids annoying, but it doesn't mean you dislike them. Because the things you find most annoying, which doesn't necessarily you dislike them. Yeah, that's kind of one of those things, though, like... I don't... There's nothing from... Of all the people, why would you be the one to do that? I don't think I could save you in time. You are so far behind. For the love of everything, this isn't what you should be doing. Feed the baby. Serverlord. Go to bed. Oh man, it's a 17 or freaking game. That's not a thing. That's always been a thing that has been a real annoyance to me. Is people dying and you're like, just go to bed, but if I don't make it a medical bed, you can't force them to go to bed. I don't know we can save you because you are behind by 18%. I'm still gonna... Oh, you can't, because Preach Health isn't up either. Well, looks like we're gonna use our Mechrosm. Let's see, like, you kind of want Anomaly, but most of what you've seen about it really hasn't sparked joy. Yeah, no, we're definitely going to try, but... I don't have the Preach Health. I don't think there's a reality where we get it. Even with a 10 that's strong... If the Preach Health up, maybe, but that's a 17% behind with only a little bit to go. I think you're dead or alive before a Preach Health comes up at all. You can't think of anything that Anomaly provides that you care about? Well, I think the problem is everyone looks at the Anomaly and they get caught up on it's like, oh hey... It's the spooky thing, which fair enough. But, like, it adds all sorts of cool weapons and utility. It's got, like, the assault rifles with the flamethrower thing on the bottom that's got the straight-up flamethrowers. You've got the, what is it, the, flare packs. The Bioferrite has a lot of cool stuff around it. Oh man, this is gonna be so close. If we had that preach health ready, we would have this locked in. You might actually make it. This is gonna be like right on the finish line, but I think you might actually have this. You are squeaking through here at the last second. I figured your butt was dead. You're gonna be at 98% when you manage to hit immunity. Not the closest I've gotten, but, you know, definitely closer than comfort. Not happy about it, just surprised. Let's see, anomaly for you is like that. Is it some real situations where things can get sketchy and some cool little adventures? It also allows you to, like, Lobotomy Corp SCP-style colony, which adds enough without ruining the flow state. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, for me, I don't care about the horror SCP side of it. Like, the fact that thematically it's that doesn't really do anything for me. But, with all that said, it does change the type of engagements you get into the game to just be an entirely different animal, where you have, like, some of the enemies, instead of just being, you know, okay, who can outshoot each other using cover or whatever, they have an enemy that's basically a DPS check where it grabs one of your pawns and starts eating them, and you just have to be able to burn it down before it can finish someone off. You've got, like, the Revenant, which is a little bit of, like, hide and seek, and, you know, coming up with how you can keep as much time on target as possible to, you know, hopefully take it down before, you know, other things can happen and all that. Like, there's a lot of cool encounters to it. The fact that they're horror themed is, like I said, it's a whatever to me. I don't care. I know a lot of people are super duper into, like, the horror SCP side of things. Me, it's kind of whatever. That part I don't care about. But, like I said, you got the assault rifle with the flamethrower, which can be really useful for, when you're dealing with a melee group closing in. You wait till the last second, you blast across the group with the flamethrower and scatter them. You have the actual, like, flamethrower, which is the thing. Oh, we locked the door open, so now the animals are everywhere inside our base. Boo. So let's secure the door, and then every animal in here, you're about to have a bad day. Like, it's one of those things I do find the theming of, like, the theme of the Anomaly DLC is the thing that a lot of people get caught up, which is fair, of course. But there's a lot of cool stuff in the DLC that, while it is themed horror, yeah, no, if you're into horror, like, by all means, you can lean into it. That's kind of the catch, is I don't care about horror. It's just not a genre I care about. Silver ore. Okay, that's fine. Man, this isn't me trying to be like, you're wrong, get the DLC or anything like that. I do actually feel like there's a lot. There's also the ritual stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff locked behind the rituals. If we go into the research here, if we go into our rituals here, you've got the psychophagy. Yeah, this is the one that gives you a boost in your ability to do psychic powers. I don't find that one particularly interesting or useful. You've got skip abduction, where you can just yoink a character from somewhere on the map at random. The number of times I've grabbed enemy faction leaders this way and then just destroyed an enemy faction leader without ever going to their location is kind of fun. The chronophagy is a really powerful one where you can de-age your people, which is really, really amazing. Let's see, turret packs are supposedly overpowered thing that have ever been added to the game. Turret packs are abusable. I wouldn't say they're the most overpowered thing. Like, the turret part of it, it's just okay, but it's effectively like a deployable landmine, because you put it out there, maybe it gets a hit or two, and then the enemy runs up and hits and explodes in their face. But then you have the philophagy, which is the one where, I believe that's the one where you drain their skills. So if you find a pawn that's terrible but like has really, really high skills, you can steal them. Brainwipe you could use for recruiting. I don't find that super useful myself, but it is a way to get past unwaveringly loyal. And you got a bunch of other stuff here, but it's really this top row here I like. And otherwise the other row is like the disruptor flares and the where is it at? The disruptor flares and the biofight weaponry are the big ones. The ghouls are also cool, but that's leaning into like more of the horror side of thing. It's effectively a pawn that it dying is not a big deal, and they're really strong melee pawns, so they make really good fodder. Psychophagy is great for things like philophagy and chronophagy. Yeah. Well, I don't do evil calling, though consistently using one of the most to make evil. Yeah. Well, that's the problem is, like, with RimWorld, there's so many things that you have lots of different levers you can pull to solve it. The aging, your only two choices to solve it is effectively you can use the biopod things, which even before Anomaly, I almost never used because like de-aging someone a year was basically locking them in the fridge, like in the freezer for a very long time. It was something like half a season or a season. They have to sit in there to de-age 1 year or whatever. So you're taking like a chunk of the year to take them back 1 year. So that was really rough. I would do it, but it was really rough to sometimes get people to be set aside. Yeah, 7 days for a year, which is still half a season, so 1/8 of a year to take off a year. But the other one is like, you know, using the ritual. The ritual, you just take someone who attacked you, who you don't like, you pop in there, drop some bioferrite into it, and knock off 8 years all at once. So it is very strong. But otherwise, it's a thing, there isn't an alternative. And unfortunately, RimWorld is a game that is absolutely ruthless to people based on age. It goes, oh, you hit like 35? Dead. Desecrated. You know, might as well be in the grave already. Here's your dementia, here's your failing heart, your frail, your bad back. Like, you hit your mid-30s, everything about you is ancient and decrepit. How dare you? It is truly brutal with age. Like, to give an example, Celine here, because of age, at age 23, the game decided that she had gotten too old and that she was given asthma. Being in that age range, they're not far off. I don't know about you. I'm in my 40s, and when it comes to like all my friends I've known, none of them have had like frail, bad back, dementia, or any of that kind of stuff. Like, you know, there's risks of other things, but like these very specific age conditions, it's not that they never happen, but they're exceedingly rare. Now, once you start creeping up into the 60s and all that, absolutely, like late 50s, early 60s, yeah, no, unfortunately, that's when those things do start to happen, unfortunately. But like the fact that you're like 40 years old and the game's like dead, straight up dead. Let's see, your Pip is probably going to celebrate its 100th birthday soon. Not gonna lie. Dude, Frank, you're in your early 20s, your knees feel like you're an 80-year-old sometimes. Well, right, but there's a difference between, you know, you've developed new aches and pains. Because RimWorld doesn't have the idea of, like, arthritis. Or someone's like, oh yeah, you know, you developed the arthritis. Sucks to be you. Or even a lot of the aches and pains you get, they're not arthritis. They're not anything like that big, that formal. It's just, oh yeah, You took an injury to your knee or whatever, and now you can feel the rain. I know how that works. But we already have that in RimWorld. Like, you've got... Where's someone who's got a permanent injury? Come on. One of my melee have to. Well, I mean, you're missing a leg, that is a permanent injury. Yeah, like, this is a scar. It's the same idea as, like, you have this injury that is chronic. But that's not because of age, that's because, you know, in this case, that person got stabbed. What's the plan of these rooms? These rooms back here, those are going to be bedrooms. Alright, saving Jesse. That one doesn't count as a charity. I also don't know we can get over there. That's always... The ones where they force you to caravan, and part of it is I just hate caravanning. Like, caravanning as a mechanic, I think, is the worst part of RimWorld. Even with the improvements, which it is better. Yeah. Did it save everyone journey? Yeah, I'm going by basically what it considers charity. This here, I'm on the fence of not counting because I mean, the real answer is I just don't like caravanning. Like, if we're being honest here, the reason I don't want to do that is caravanning as a mechanic, I want to die in a fire. You feel like it should count? Thematically, it should. But the reality of this is not counting the prep time. If we send a group of people, let's go ahead and choose that same away team. And I'm going to have to probably send a big group of people. So it's about 4.2 days, two and whatever there and back. And yeah, so it's one of those ones. Genuinely, the caravanning mechanic, every time I have to do it, I'm unhappy. Right. Yeah, no, with 7 impids, I would want to send a pretty significant team. Also, just playing thematically here, they stole a radio and they called me. Where the hell do I have a radio? Yeah, nowhere. Well, actually, we've had horses show up on this tile. Why not mod those quests out? I probably should. I don't like to go into the scenario and make that many changes to, like, the actual scenario settings. Because, like, weird stuff happens with the prioritization. But yeah, low-key, people have asked me, it's like, what I would love to see in the next DLC for RimWorld. And one of the ones I bring up a lot is I want caravanning, like, reworked or straight up eliminated. And I know people are like, well, they did work on it. It's like, yeah, it's still terrible. It's less terrible than it used to be. But, like, if you take more than, like, 3 or 4 people, you still quite often have to go and either hit the forget bringing the stuff with you, just leave button. But if you get, like, 12 or more people going, you can literally start the caravan and watch your colony entirely melt down trying to leave the tile. And it's like, nah, man, you gotta figure that out. The idea that, like, game mechanic-wise, you have a mechanic that you're basically forcing the player into at times with some of these events, and literally hitting the go button doesn't work. The prepping to leave has been pretty good since the update. Yeah, no, it's definitely better. We did, like, in the past, we were doing a ship to the stars, and it was, like, the 3rd time caravanning, because instead of doing the thing where you just rush all the way over the ship real fast with a few people and just knock it out real quick, we were doing the style where, like, I would kind of go a little ways, knock it out, go a little, like, you know, build a base, go and do all the base, get our resources built up, and then go for, like, the next stretch. So you're kind of going where we're going to, like, do 4 or 5 mini colonies to get there. I think it was the 2nd or 3rd caravan that I had to start. That is like, you know what? I just don't feel like microing this one. So I sat there, I was like, we're gonna see how many days it takes for this to go. Cool, so we got Serverlord converted. And things were going okay until the mood break started happening towards the end of the first day, because it just takes them so long to collect everything. And then once the mood started, I think it took us like, it was something like 5 or 6 days just to get off the tile. And by then, everyone was melting down and killing each other. We had multiple, like, tantrums, and things had gotten destroyed, and people had gotten injured from all the social fighting. And it's like, this is a mechanic working as intended. Like, this is not okay. Like I said, that's before the Odyssey improvements. So, draw Shamblers. Alright, so with that, turn off research on all of these. They're all now in maintain only, because I have nothing left for you to research on them. Yeah, no, it's better now, but I have definitely had when I don't feel like microing it. And again, this is only when you're doing large numbers. When you're like at 4 or 5 people, it goes perfectly fine. Like, and it worked relatively well before too, at like 4 or 5 people. But when you start talking groups, like you're moving 12 or 14 people, like this isn't too bad of a quest with 7, that's a little rough. But when you deal with those ones where it'll be like, oh yeah, there's like, you know, 9 Neanderthals, and you're like, okay, 9 Neanderthals, I need to bring people. Like, I'm not going to be able to put them through a choke point, most likely. I need to bring people to be able to deal with them on the close-in, because 9 Neanderthals with no defensive position or prep is going to be a lot of kiting and messy. You haven't caught anyone going to sleep holding up departure since 1.6? Yeah, no, like I said, it's better. But I have still had problems. Again, that's only when you're talking really big caravans. Cool. And I'll get that in line, and it's just exactly wide enough to cover so we can detect invisible things entering the map. Your idea of big versus yours? For caravanning? Well, I'm not even saying that, like, 18 or whatever is, like, the biggest or anything. For caravanning, when you're talking the teens or more, that's a big caravan. Like, don't get me wrong, if you're moving your colony, like 20, 30 plus people, then yeah, it's gonna be a disaster is what it's gonna be. But broadly speaking, I've already made the comments that generally speaking, when I play RimWorld and the population gets over like low to mid 20s, the game stops being fun to me at that scale. There's just you just don't care about the colonists anymore. You just don't have the capacity. There's too many of them. So you'll dye those floors when you have the chance. It is interesting to me that they're not taking the blocks out of those rooms, because they're not restricted in any way, but they're still going all the way up here to deal with that. I don't mind it. I think these are actually probably some of the okay rooms to have the blocks just sitting in. Yeah, no, I definitely would say RimWorld is at its best, like, when your colonist is, like, in the mid to upper teens, I think is, like, the sweet spot for the colony size to be able to do a lot, but you don't run into any, like, performance issues, which the performance issues aren't that big a deal nowadays. But you don't start running into, like, all the weird edge cases where raids start to get funky and, you know, you're not so big of a colony that you just don't care about the people anymore because there's just too many. Those replanted, I don't really care. We have hydroponics unlocked. I completely forgot about that. So you're up to 1800 watts to spare. We do have the batteries to buffer, so when the heat light or when the light goes back on and off. But you keep getting your population too big like that, and you keep increasing the difficulty about it, and you keep getting away with it. Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't even say that the higher population is a difficulty problem. It's just, at its core, while RimWorld is certainly a good like survival colony builder, that kind of thing, part of what makes RimWorld magic is kind of having like where you can watch the colony build and you get attached to the various people. And so, like, you know, when someone dies, like, they've got a story you've been following, all that kind of stuff. You know, versus, you know, it's a good game otherwise, but that's kind of its magic. And when you get to that scale of a colony, you just don't have the capacity to be into that. There's just too many. Like, you completely miss what's happening to everyone. Sometimes you like to play as city builder? I mean, you can. I'd actually say RimWorld probably makes a pretty mediocre city builder. It's just not what the game is. Because, like, it doesn't have, like, economy simulation. Like, if you just want to make a pretty base, like, absolutely, the pretty base side of things is really solid. But yeah, no, RimWorld used to have, like, really wretched performance issues once you started to get to, like, the mid to upper 20s. Start having the game hitch when you'd have, like, a big raid show up. Because even if your colonists weren't the problem, the moment you had that raid and it's like, oh, this is a raid of 120 people because you're sitting at 1 million wealth with, like, 30 pawns, and you'd watch the whole, like, simulation tick rate just absolutely die. And you'd have funky things where people would path through each other because just the tick would mess up. DPU's just struggling. And again, a lot that better, but I haven't tried to take a colony very big in a long time. Just because you kind of learn the lesson, you get like that really big colony and the game runs like crap and it's no fun because you're losing because, you know, enemies are now walking through your melee line as if they don't exist. And stuff like that, and you're like, you know what? Never mind, I don't want to deal with this. Yeah, that's you right now. You befriended the Neanderthals because their raids are gonna set your Steam Deck on fire? Yeah. Well, honestly, the ones I'd worry about are the Impids, and unfortunately, the base game with your factions, like, the Impids are permanently hostile, so there is no befriending them. It's one of those things I wish they had a more elegant solution, that I personally don't like the idea of factions that you can never befriend, because even if the faction's like antagonistic towards you or whatever, if you're throwing money at someone, enough resources at them, they're probably going to just grin and bear you, probably ignore you, for as long as they're just getting that train of goods coming in. You're effectively paying them a tithe, which is still a hostile thing. But, like, they're not going to attack you and steal what you're giving them anyways. But at the same time, if you do make all the factions befriendable, just the way RimWorld works, it means you just start getting nothing but Manhunter packs, anomaly stuff, and mechs. Like, suddenly the human raids just dry up. And I do think there's a middle ground there where they could make it so you could befriend everyone, but you do... Oh, cool. Another baby. You do effectively have, like, you know, not a sizable faction, but an individual force. So, like, you have a group of pirates pop in. They're not aligned or associated with anyone. There's no one to become friends with because it's, you know, the 8 dudes that just dropped in your lap. That's it. There's no building up, you know, a friendship with them because there's not an organization to do so with. Alright, so here's a question, chat. Do we deliberately... Let's make sure I remember how this works, because it's been a hot minute. Hey, Heck Me! Thanks so much for the raid! I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Can we get a shout out for Heck Me? I really do appreciate it. But I hope your stream. What was it? You were playing something for the first time, was it? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I know it's lurking a little bit. I've been dealing with some fun stuff off stream. Oh yeah, it was Town to City. That was right. Because I saw you. I think you were building a farm at the time I had tuned in. I was just kind of lurking there for a little bit. But yeah, so again, check out Heck Me. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of really fun games, a lot of similar stuff we have played here, like we have done Town to City and all that stuff. Absolutely fantastic. But yeah, no, it was definitely a lurky day because I usually lurk anyways. Because I've been dealing with something fun off stream, in that this is what my front yard I came home to yesterday was. Fortunately didn't hit the house, so no major damage. But this has been what I have been dealing with for like the last 24 hours. Which is not that big a deal, because like I said, it got close enough to the house that like the tiny little twigs on the end like brushed against the wall, but nothing solid hit the wall. Because like otherwise, if this had broken like here, that window would be gone. So little blessings in that one. But it was not on the agenda to deal with that. That tree's needed to be gone for a while. There was a tree disease that went through Central Florida. But yeah, so it's just been one of those things like, all right, well, now I got to figure out how I get someone out here to, because I can cut apart the tree fine. I got my chainsaws and all that kind of stuff from living with a green belt in the backyard. What I don't have is anything to deal with a tree stump. And unfortunately in Florida, if your house is built after like the 1950s or so, and it's not in the middle of the swamp, you have an HOA, because state law. You got it done for free? Unfortunately not. It costs just as much to have someone clean it up, even though the tree took the first cut for them. But yeah, so I have to deal with it. But that's my day tomorrow. We're basically going live until I have to deal with the people showing up to start sawing it up and grinding it. Yeah, really forced mess up? Yeah, it was in the 1970s, I believe. Florida passed a law that, I can't remember what year the law passed, but basically all houses built in Florida after the 1970s, with a couple of specific exceptions, or I should say in developments, with a couple specific exceptions, are effectively required to have an HOA. And those exceptions being like, you're in the middle of literally nowhere swamp. You're like one house, there's not going to be an HOA. But like if you're in a neighborhood and your house is like not from the 1930s, you get an HOA. Let's see, here you need permits to chop down native trees, but if they're dead, it's usually okay. Yeah, no, that's kind of the thing. If the tree was standing and healthy, there's more paperwork involved, that you're not supposed to just hack it down. But I don't have to worry about that. It's laying on the ground. The tree is already fallen. By natural causes. But it is still my headache to deal with. But yeah, anyways, did you say you were gonna have to like raid and run? But yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, no, you didn't say that. I'm sorry, I'm misreading stuff. But yeah, no, absolutely, obviously you're welcome here. But again, check out Heck Me, absolutely fantastic. For those popping in here, catching me for the first time, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, including I have played Town to City on 2 different occasions. Excellent game, very, very cozy, very French music. Okay, what random research? Neural supercharge is something we're not going to be doing. You understand why HOAs exist? Yeah, racism. Well, let me rephrase that. Modern HOAs here in the US are the product of segregation. So, yeah. They did exist prior to that for specific purposes of keeping like historic neighborhoods historic and these kind of things. But yeah, the widespread adoption of them in the US was a product of segregation. Let's see. You do not understand why they have any legal power or authority over a house that you purchased, up to including your closing in your house. There's an actual reason why they could exist, not that they currently being used. Yeah, no, there was, like, the original HOAs, and they had a different name back then. They had to do with, like, heritage areas. So, like, your downtown area being like, okay, we have this it wasn't a homeowners association, but it was like an association around the area being like, hey, we recognize this historic area. We are going to require everyone to like keep the buildings historic in design and yada yada yada. And there's conservation district. I'm not familiar with those terms, but there are other mechanisms we have now that do the same thing. But that was kind of the original thing. And then they kind of leaned it more in towards, well, we need to keep the neighborhood nice and proper and all that kind of stuff. And yeah. Again, it was unfortunately becoming a widespread thing as a purpose for discrimination reasons. But we can move on from that not fun topic. But yeah, because there's like valid reasons for them, but generally speaking, they're just people's fiefdoms. So you're on the board of your regional planning commission? Yeah, I used to be involved in the economic development, economic development for the city at one point, which is interesting. Listening to everyone being like, okay, we're a small town. Yeah, okay, we're a small town. Well, we want an Olive Garden. Okay, well, Olive Garden's going to go, and they're going to draw a big circle around where they want to build, and they're say, how many people in this area fit the demographic that is our target customer base? And it needs to be at least, let's say, 20,000. I have no idea what their actual numbers are. And they go, oh, no, but we don't want more people. Okay, then you don't get the Olive Garden. Well, but we want an Olive Garden. Okay, well, then we need more people in the circle. Oh, well, we don't want the town to be bigger. It's like, look, man, you're not listening. You can have the Olive Garden, or you can have the small town. You can't have both, because otherwise Olive Garden goes bankrupt. And that was pretty much every economic development meeting. So what the heck were we doing? Okay, so we are having a transport pod raid that is dropping in the middle of the open over here. So that's a decision, I guess. We're going to secure this door open, and we're going to do what we've been doing. Melee team out here, bring in all the range behind it. I really should keep you armed. Beset is a creepy joiner that we don't know what their deal is yet. So we've been kind of keeping them unarmed. Let's see, you heard the 12 meter around the trunk of Sherwood Forest that apparently Robin Hood lived near something has died. It was a 1,000 to 1,200-year-old oak. I didn't think oak got that old. I know oak are fairly long-lived trees. We have cypress trees here in Florida that become like literally. Ooh, this is actually a pretty rough group. So they're going to be popping Go Juice, and whereas hoping for the range advantage, we are not getting a range advantage on this one. An incendiary launcher. Okay, so this one's going to be a pretty messy raid because we don't have armor yet because we are using random research. So they have some armor, some not armor. They do have a shield. Let's see if we can get the crack on that one to waste their shield. And then we're going to just have to fall back immediately. Did the shield back off? Okay, got a couple hits in. We aren't going to push this one because they have the range advantage. Get back before you get hit. Okay, so I think the next spot here, we're going to plop everyone here. We're going to try and hit them with the flare when they come around the corner. You don't have any grenades or anything. Ooh! I've learned a lesson. When they pop their shield, the flare hits the shield. That's a really bad lesson to be learning right now. Because you were just on the edge out of the shield. So every one of my people except my melee pawns are currently stunned. Okay. So one of you has an EMP revolver. It was an EMP revolver, right? No, it's piercing rounds. Oh, no, that was the last round we had the EMP. Okay. So let's give them a minute to back off around here to get cover. And then we're going to duck around the corner. Never mind, they're going to stop in the hallway. Alright, so what would be the best way to take advantage of this? Because you're popping in here with an incendiary. The good news is we've already knocked a good number of them. So let's turn this train over to the side here. This is where this whole thing is going to become absolutely messy. Oh, you're still going to be under the shield. And if I try and run straight back, they're just going to hammer me the whole time. I'm about to do something real dangerous with Burning Sun. That'll either be really good or absolutely tragic. Canadian Hussy, just get in the corner. I need you to go to that spot. Flamethrower. Nicely done. Get out of dodge. Okay, so that was good. That was good. We hit them with a flamethrower. It scattered them for a second. They did, you know, get rid of the fire, but 2 more got downed. They should be pretty close to breaking. Alright. Oh, and I've completely lost track of what was going on, chat. Alright, so let's go ahead and we want to drop every one of you, shove you back in the corner as tight as we can. Alright, there's Tammy. Nicely done. They're fleeing. Melee team, get out of here. How badly you get hit? Not bad. Canadian Hussy, you just go about your business. The rest of you, I don't feel like letting them walk away with this. Oh, hey, what is your deal? Ooh. Jogger with plants. Change of plan. You. Unwaveringly loyal. Alright, we're gonna have a less than adequate doctor deal with you instead. That's what you get for being unwaveringly loyal. Is we'll deal with you because we get the bonus. Strip that body. Okay, what's your deal? Undergrounder who is delicate. You're not going anywhere. I'm gonna try and cut him off up here. You're terrible. Slow learner kind. That's pretty awful. That's fine. Okay, so let's go and take the tally of what we even got left. So, you have nothing special on you. Oh, but I was mentioning before we got caught up in that whole disaster. So, I do play a whole range of games on the channel. We've done, like, lots of RimWorld. We've done Project Zomboid. I used to hold a world record in Project Zomboid way back for highest kill count run ever streamed, yada yada. And that is a past tense. That record did ultimately get beaten. Oh, hey, I need to put down an extra spot here. Because we'll capture them. Just depending on the faction, we might be able to get reputation, whatever. Alright. So, no crops, just fire. So no one got knocked down. Luxray got bruised. Cody Husky got cut. Your Product Zomboid stream record, it was amazing and glorious. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing I take with pride that happened. Just you're, because you went for the medicine, they're dead. Unless you manage to do a real fast tend here. Nope. Oh, actually, I take that back. You did save them. Okay, so prisoner. In this case, I definitely don't want Hermine. And then this one here is unwaveringly loyal, so we're not going to get anywhere with them. So we are going to just release them as well. Actually, I've changed my mind. I forgot something important. I have chronophagy. Gonna play Graveyard Keeper? Yeah, no, Graveyard Keeper's excellent. I've got chronophagy. And we got some people who are feeling a little older than they'd like to feel. Okay, who is the oldest person in our colony? Because we got a couple. There's a 54. Target. And you are 54. So now we want to find the people who have the highest psychic ability. 120%. 105% because they're wearing the helmet. Yeah, so not a whole lot going on there. We got a full group, so I'll go ahead and shave a nice little 8 years off of us. And then we'll send this. That's the cost. We're gonna go and take a little bit of age off of you, and then send you on your merry way, completely treated and all that. Medical emergency on who? I mean, that's fine. But what we are doing is we are robbing Hermine here of 8 years of their life, so that Donkey Duff might have another 8 years. And Donkey Duff is a very kind person, so, you know, certainly they are deserving of living a longer, happier life. It's definitely not at all morally repugnant to rob people of their literal youth. Alright, and just like that, we have increased Hermine's age up to 46, and Donkey Duff is now 45. And then we will go ahead, and once they're no longer medically in the danger zone, we will let them on their way. And meanwhile, everything is continuing to burn. Yeah, no, we do see grafted trees around here once in a while, not super often. Please haul the black pants. That's bio-coded, so I don't really care that much about that. Those are tainted. Right, you had the fire foam thing there. Oh, we got one more kill over here somewhere. Oh, right. And they happen to die directly under the meat-eating tree, so you know that's taking care of itself. And I missed what guns we actually got. I know they had sniper rifles and everything. So we're gonna link those together. Storage, clear all, important, weapons. Honestly, just weapons entirely for right now. So that way when we're trying to figure out what weapons we even have, we've got an area for them. I see every apple tray at the grocery store is from a clone or grafted stock. Yeah, no, that's true of a lot of produce. Like a lot of bananas are effectively cloned, not grafted. They wouldn't do that well. But as well as things that like they'll go and they'll do the cuttings to like keep growing more and more of them. Because in a lot of ways, bananas are effectively a type of grass. Like, people argue, it's like, is it an herb? Is it grass? Is it... It's like, yeah, I mean, it's not a tree. That's the bar trivia answer you're looking for. It's not a tree. A banana tree is not a tree in any respect. It's effectively a green. I will say, they're getting much better at cleaning up afterward. The more you know, yep. And cashew grow on the bottom of what looks like a pear fruit, which is pretty cool. Apples don't grow a true seed, same with avocados. Yeah, modern bananas don't grow true seeds either. Historically, bananas did, but we bred them such that they don't have seeds within them that are, like, legit seeds. Alright, so got the floor all smooth there. Still winging this. I need more uranium is one thing we need. Would have been nice if we managed to snag that sniper rifle. I don't think we did. Oh, 1 second. We got a problem here. Bio-coded. Because I've goofed and now I got a bunch of bio-coded weapons on here. That's fine. We'll get that sorted. True to seeds mean if you plant an apple, it won't get. You won't get what you ate. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. I see what you're saying. You're not talking about whether or not they contain seeds. Yeah, you get a lot of peppers that are the same way, whether intended or not. But a lot of your peppers, because of how they breed them and everything, the pepper you get on your plant versus the seeds inside of them, the seeds inside of them will grow a different pepper because of cross-pollination. Okay, we actually have our sarcophagus. So it is time. Wait, you're not desiccated. You're not even spoiled. Hold up. Beset. This is probably a really dodgy resurrection. How are you not spoiled? That's not encouraging. So they did get blindness. There's a very good chance, because it's usually by how desiccated the corpse is. So this one, it hadn't even rotted or anything. Yeah, so there's a good chance we're dealing with res psychosis, which, if that happens, they're just gonna die again. Have we found the ancient danger? I believe it's down here. There's a trick where you can peek through walls and all that. You will have me lend you 4 colonists for a whole season for 33 reputation, which is almost enough to hit allied, but at the same time, rather we just get more done. The Idris distilled alcohol or whatever apples, as long as the sugar content is high enough. Yeah, no, that's one thing I do miss from when I used to live up north. Did you actually get in here? You suck, Badger. From living up north is one of the big things I miss is fresh apple cider. The store-bought apple cider, like, you hear that a lot being like, oh, this isn't the same if it's not fresh, and there's times it's very true. You're like, yeah, that is definitely better, but, like, is it significant? And then there's times where it's like, look, man, it doesn't matter. Like, a lot of people argue about the fresh seafood while they live on the coast, not realizing the seafood that they buy it, like, get at their restaurants in their store, isn't from local. Have you had an apple cider donut? I have. The brown, they're not fuzzy, but they've got, like, a texture to them donuts. Those are the ones you're talking about? The old school ones? Yeah, so unfortunately for Penna here, we're going to be de-aging a bit. Yeah, we had some really old Apple variants. Are you using mod? There is... The map is effectively a modded map. It's using the Geological Landforms mod. We're also using a mod that makes it so we start with no research at all, and then they do not have control over what research gets chosen. It's just randomized. It's randomized of what I'm eligible to research. Otherwise, it's just music mods and UI mods. Yep, there's a Sugar Shack nearby you, maple syrup maker, that does warm apple cider donut, maple soft serve ice cream. Yeah, no, that's the thing. But, like, the apple cider as well as ones like, no, really, this is like... Apple cider in the store and fresh apple cider aren't even the same product. They're both good, but they're not even the same product. They're entirely different things with very, very different tastes. And it's not like, no, it's better when it's fresh. It's genuinely just entirely different. There's a reason why a lot of apple cider in the store, they put cinnamon and stuff in it to try and, you know, give it a little something. It's actually curious, because you're supposed to be unwaveringly loyal. But I am able to convert you, and I know that used to not work that way. I'm not actually looking to keep this person. I mean, you know what? The unwaveringly loyal... That used to... I know they changed it at some point. I was pretty sure unwaveringly loyal meant through normal means you could not recruit them and you could not convert them. But what you could do is there is the brain wipe ritual, and you could use the brain wipe ritual to knock it down. Hey, Randall Thor, thank you so much for the how many gifted subs? 10 gifted subs. I really do appreciate that. Means like a lot. I always, you know, appreciate it and all that stuff. You're very generous, and thank you so much for that. Really does mean a lot that you come in here and support us also. You can convert because if you run slavery, then it has the same colony. I have no idea what that sentence means. Let's see, most things in the U.S. Shelves are for better or worse. Yeah, same ideology. Well, right. Like I said, I was under the impression unwaveringly loyal in the past meant you couldn't convert their ideology, nor could you recruit them. Now, nowadays, with Anomaly, we can recruit unwaveringly loyal. There's just extra steps. And I don't care about this person enough to do it. If I was sitting here like... I mean, Jogger's good. Like, Jogger's really, really good. Like, Jogger's really good. And they do have the plant passion. If I could recruit them, I would be willing to. I'm pretty sure there's just not the option. Yeah, like the recruit isn't even listed there. Alright, masterwork on the shelf, that's fine. But what we're going to do for them is, Penna here is going to go ahead and help us. Going to help us feel a little bit younger. In about 8-year increments every 4 or 5 days. We need to jump through some chemistry hoops to ferment it. Yeah. And we got another masterwork end table. Hey, Angry Sugars, how's it going? We're gonna go over here and uninstall these. Now, the wood beds would be nicer for comfort. Unfortunately, the reality is I don't got wood in this map. So we're making stone beds. And are making the bedrooms a little bit nicer. Alright, so you still have resurrection sickness. We'll see if Mohan Rai gets to stay. I mean, we'll keep them either way. We did mech resurrection serum. I was a bit surprised. We had buried them 2 years ago. And we dug them out. And they hadn't even rotted yet. So... that was a shocker to me. So we went ahead and, despite the risk, we hit him with a mech resurrection serum. It's not looking promising, as they did get blindness. For those who don't know, with mech resurrection serum, basically the fresher the corpse and the more complete the corpse, I believe it was, the better the odds that you don't have anything go wrong. But what can happen is you have one where you get it's Resurrection Psychosis. If you get that, that character's dead. They're just gonna die again. Like I think you can like Healing Mech Serum it or whatever, but otherwise they're gonna die. The other one you have is you can have them go blind. I think deaf is another one. I think dementia is another possibility, but basically you can have a handful of things that go wrong for them when you resurrect them. It can be that nothing goes wrong, but it's basically the least fresh the corpse is and all that, the worse it is, or the more risk it is. Thinking pasteurization. I'm missing like a lot of like what's going on. Like pasteurization is neither here nor there. There are better ways and worse ways of doing it. You have like different levels of pasteurization, but yeah, it's... You're saying it's a massive net good? I was gonna say, yeah. Pasteurization generally helped a lot, but there's like a better and worse way of doing pasteurization that ultimately just reflects like, is your product on the end going to be shelf stable or not? Because like here in the US, we don't like pasteurize milk to a point of shelf stable. So like genuinely our milk is only good for like 10 to 14 days. So it's like really, really short shelf life versus a lot of places they make it shelf stable where it's like until you open it, that stuff lasts for almost years. You know, then you open it and it's only good for like 14 days or something, or 18 days or whatever after you open it. And I want to say that I think that's to do with temperature is the difference. But so still for most things, before pasteurization, your best bet for milk was mac and cheese. Hey, you converted them. Good for you. They do have some ultra pressurized milk in the US. You've had some in your on your shelf for 3 months. Love it. Yeah. Pasteurization, the biggest issue is flavor. Well, so like, for me, a lot of time with milk, I prefer whole milk. I almost never drink milk these days. But I've had the unpasteurized milk, and it's like, oh no, no, this is not something I'm enjoying. It's definitely a choice. Okay, let's go ahead and have you equip the Nerd Spiker. It did reset your stuff there. And you can help cook. Alright. Let's see, the Farmlet tried to get into the US, and it works okay. But you have so much space in dairy herds here, it didn't really stick. Traveler needs resources, so I do need to accommodate this. You're not talking about milk, talking about other products. Like the shelf stable or cider, in your opinion, even the powder drink mix tastes better? Oh yeah, I can't speak for cider specifically. Yeah, I have no idea with that one. Yeah, no, broadly speaking, in the US, we do generally consume a pretty significant amount of dairy, whether it's as milk or as creamer or as half and half or as, you know, many milk products. We do consume a great deal of dairy here. Alright, cool, so we got that done. We do have 2 people who are idled. You're not restricted in anything, are you? No, you're good. Well, the cursory glance shows Google shows a gallon of milk, 4 liter of milk is roughly double the cost in the EU versus here. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot that goes into that, like a lot to have to be considered in that. Did I reset the fishing zone? Yeah, and it's just been decimated. When you're in Switzerland, you realize you have 100% do not consume as much cheese as them. No, there's a lot of Western cultures who consume a very large amount of dairy. Broadly speaking, Americans are more likely to not be lactose intolerant. A fairly large portion made for the sense of populations who had the genetic mutation to allow lactose processing into adulthood. Yep. No, it's actually been a more modern thing that because more people are consuming less dairy in the US than historically, like we still consume a lot, but it's not as much as we used to, that there are a lot more people that if you don't continue to consume dairy products with lactose, you'll have a tendency for people to become lactose intolerant over time, or more lactose intolerant. Not to the point you'd be, like, diagnosed as such, but to the point that it does, your tolerance for lactose becomes less. And that's becoming more and more common. And there's a bunch of reasons. There's, like, people making decisions around, like, you know, what you do and want to support so far as the farming industry. You have people making decisions because, you know, health, whether it's they have cholesterol problems, they need to reduce stuff that's cholesterol, which a lot of dairy has cholesterol in it. There's a whole bunch of different reasons. But just because that, they're becoming more and more of a common thing. Yeah, no, generally speaking, most people, if they're not consuming dairy very regularly, will have a tendency to become at least mildly lactose intolerant over time. Unless you're cooking, you drink oatmeal now? Yeah, we don't... So the problem me and Tomb have is every once in a while we want to cook something that needs milk. But, like, we don't drink milk, we don't eat cereal that needs milk. Like, a lot of that stuff we just don't do. So it is definitely one of those things that it's hard for us because you buy milk and you have to use it in a very short window, especially here in Florida where you're basically taking it for a heat bath when you're taking it out of the grocery store till you get in your fridge. So milk does not keep very well here. And it's just one of those things, you end up buying like a quart of milk or whatever, you use like 2 cups for cooking and go, I need to find something to do with this milk now. Because we don't drink it or anything. Let's see, other than coffee, you put in heavy creamer. You don't drink or buy milk until you had a kid. Now it's like multiple gallons a week. Yup. Hard cider is the only soft drink. Yeah, no, I do actually get Angry Orchard as like one of those, I'm just out, grab a drink, whatever. Especially when a menu has like, they'll have like all their specialty drinks, but they won't be like your common names or whatever. They won't have like sufficient descriptions to even know what the heck you're ordering. A lot of times when I run to that, I'm like, I'll just get an Angry Orchard, or if they have like an Irish Red or something, I'll get that, because at least then I go, you know, I know what I'm getting. Like, I'm down to try something, but like, at least let me know what I'm trying. It's hard to find singles? No, that's the thing. If you go to the store, you're gonna get like a 6-pack or whatever. Yeah, I don't drink very often. Like, it's pretty rare. Like, I'll go multiple months without having a single drink. And then maybe I'll have like 2 or 3 dinners where I have like, you know, an Angry Orchard or a beer or something with it. And then I'll go back to like not drinking for a number of months. It's not a deliberate decision or a health decision or whatever. I mean, one, it's freaking expensive. Like, you go to a restaurant, you get a beer, and it's like, all right, well, that's $12 to $18. If you get something fancy drink-wise, you can go even higher. Yeah, like, once in a while, I'll stop when there's something local that we can get. There's some pretty cool stuff. Let's see, you love almond milk, but it's 3 times as expensive. Almond milk is relatively cheap in the US compared to a lot of things, because we do grow a lot of almonds in the California area. We're a bit spoiled by that. Doesn't have to be... It just has to be shipped across the state. You're the opposite side of a Sam Tate? I'm assuming there's a typo there and I'm not understanding it. Still in the South and wish he wasn't. Yeah, no. I would love... If I have to stay in the US, the place I'd want to go is to the Northwest, like Oregon, probably Oregon specifically, but Oregon, Washington area. Every time I've been there, it is one of the nicest places to be, in my opinion. Broadly speaking, most of the people I've interacted with have been pretty awesome up there. Okay, we can chronophage again, so it's that time. Feeling a little bit old. Let's see. So we got 38. 37, so 38's our oldest right now, 45. Okay, so there's our 105. There's our 120. We resurrected you. Oh, 150 on you. And then the rest should be 100%. You gave your toddler chocolate milk. One of my favorite things is watching a kid for the first time get like ice cream or sherbet or something like that, you know, like the cold sweet things. And like when you get like a really little kid, like, you know, a toddler or whatever, it's their first time having it, and they get it, and it's like the first thing they do is they put in there like, it's like, oh, I don't know about this. This is cold. This is upsetting. And then they get that sweet taste, and they're just like, you know, just like go for the cone, get it all up on their face and everything. But I love that like half seconds like, hang on, I don't know about this cold thing. I'm really not sure how I feel about this. I haven't quite made the negative decision that this is not for me, but we're leaning that way. You still think you're the highest per capita breweries in the US? Oh yeah, and there's a bunch of places that are pretty high up there. You love chugging milk, but you have to be careful. It gives you the stomach aches. Yeah. You went down a whole rabbit hole the other day because you gave her pizza flavored goldfish. That was, we're doing these snack crate things. But like this time it's like Japanese snacks, but the next one's supposed to be Brazilian, so we're getting a bunch of stuff there. And they add like an extra thing in there, and they're like, okay, you can choose between one of these like 4 or 5 extra things. But you can only choose one. And it's apparently like a really popular Brazilian snack that's like, they're crackers, but they're pizza flavored crackers. And from what I understood, like they're pizza on one side, like one flavor on one side, and what's the other one? What's the snack box? Snack crate. It was something I saw, so Evergreen was actually sponsored by them this past month. And it was just one of those things I'm like, oh, Tomb loves that kind of thing. I'll go ahead and like get that. Like it wasn't something that Dream got a kickback or anything. Yeah, that's what I figured. I'd probably do Snack Crate, and this again, not sponsored. I don't get kickback. There's no link. There's no nothing like that. The only awareness they have of me is as a customer. But what I would probably do is I'll probably go through them for like, I'd guess a year and a half or something like that, whenever it starts to get to the point where we start circling back, and that's probably when I would drop it. Would be my guess. Don't really want to make steel chairs. What do we got for here? We can go ahead and we'll make a heavy fur chair. Okay. So honestly, Snack Crate just put you on forward stat if you like, and now you get those off Amazon. Well, that's what I figured. Snack Crate kind of the idea was, is you could try a little bit of a whole bunch of things, and then you'd ultimately go, well, here's like some particular snacks you like that maybe then you go buy them yourself, or you know, it's more of the experience of just trying a bunch of things from all over the world. And sometimes you'll find some pretty cool things. So I'm not going to use that. I'll keep the Void Sight. You're only worth 12 bucks. Oh, right. I remember there's side effects to that. I probably won't use it even if I have it. Okay. So you're at 89. So I don't think we try and push to get higher reputation. So, what am I going to try and take from you? So you have a shooting book. Okay, that's worth considering. Yeah, that's exactly where it's going, Luxray, is like, so we have the shooting book and the intellect book. We probably won't end up using that. Honestly, let's deliberately only take the shooting book. And I'm going to give them my recreation book. The reason I'm doing this is by going with the shooting book. That means by having just that as one of my only options, we'll have people just get shooting on a pretty regular rate. Alpaca. Done. They have a prosthetic leg? I think for a prosthetic leg, I'll hold out. Because it's only like 5% better than what we've got. Maybe 10% better than what we've got. Because we're already at 80% moving speed. I think it gets to 90 or 100, which is an improvement. But I don't think I'm going to sweat it. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. So haul the book. And what I'm going to need to do now is we're going to need to do miscellaneous. Okay, so you need to build that real fast. Because we gotta make sure we get our cave alpaca back to their natural habitat. Everyone knows cave alpaca belong in the caves. It's definitely a legitimate thing. And certainly isn't something we've made up on the fly. I mean, we did make it up on the fly. It's not the first time that came up. I was about to say, it's like, you're hungry, but I mean, like, we have plenty of food here. Let's see. We got tons of people set to handling, so we shouldn't have to worry about that. Extreme break risk on you, because you are malnourished, which is entirely your fault. And you were rejected by Luxray. Mostly because people were being actively shot at, and, you know, while bullets are zinging past each other's heads, and you're, like, ducking behind cover, you're like, hey, you know, you wanna make this forever? You wanna get hitched? And meanwhile, Luxray is like, what the are you doing? I'm trying to not die here. This is not the time for this discussion. Alright, Kira Liz became a child. Heck yeah. And a child with a very unfortunate haircut. You're so cute when you're fighting for your life. What? Why are people so... You're insulted 9 times. Oh, you're the one person who hasn't been converted yet. One of 2 people. Alright, let's get that knocked out. In the meantime, let's go in here and get stuff sorted out with you. And how are you doing? So far, no escalation, so we might have gone lucky with Mohan Rai and just gotten blindness. Which is treatable. Eventually. We're not there yet. We're also getting a little slim pickings on our weapons front. Ineffective. I also just realized, so all of these minus you. Link. Copy. Paste. And make sure blocks are allowed. Now we get all the... Did I grab the right one? Yeah, make sure we grab all those. Alright. Yeah, some people just don't have a good sense of timing. We still don't have good people for growing and all that. Here with the flock of seagulls here come around every 30 years or so. Oh man. The other day me and Tomb went to like an ice cream place and it was whatever, but there was this like little girl who was probably like somewhere around 6 or 8 years old, I would guess. I'm not a very good guess at age. But it was just one of those things where like, oh man, this little girl, it's like you are going on the age of somewhere between 9 years old and 30. Probably even older than that. Because her entire like outfit and hairstyle and everything was like, man, you took an exact year, like an exact year's style and put this little girl into it. And it ain't the year that she's living in. Like, no judgment. Like, the outfit was fine. But it was definitely like there's certain outfits you see those and you're like, this exists in this one slice of time. And it's like certain haircuts or certain ways of dressing and all that. Like you see someone, you're like, I know exactly like what 5-year range this person was born in. Because this style only existed for like the briefest time frame in existence. It's interesting. You'll still look farther in the snack rate. Yeah, no, I very much enjoy it. It seemed relatively reasonable price. It's not something I would do like super duper long term, but it'll be fun to do for a while. I didn't check. It was a it was a breeding pair. It was definitely something I would do for a while. Let's see. You went out for dinner a few years ago with your niece and son at the time. Stole someone else's 4-year-old kid and brought them to our table. I don't know if that'd be fine. Just, you gotta be careful that you don't get light on the mushrooms, it'll destroy them. Yeah, so we can get timber shroom that can grow in here. If we get tree sowing, I can then plant them myself. Did Mo and Rai get together with their old mate? Yeah, no, they're still married. You know when they say to death do you part? They really didn't account on how resurrection works there. But apparently they just popped right back in to the relationship. They're like, yeah, no, that's reasonable. You've been dead for 2 years, but you know what? That changes nothing. I mean, it probably shouldn't. It'd be weird because the implication would be that aging stopped at that point, other than like the body becoming desiccated or whatever, which, gross. But, you know, you're not continuing to age while you're dead. There's a lot of implications that have a lot of complexity around them. And then navigating it from a social aspect would certainly be a thing. Yeah, so you can use this so we can start cremating corpses. We're not dealing with them just rotting over here in the corner forever. Okay, you were our jealous pawn, right? Because that's the legendary statue. So set owner, get out of here. You in. To make sure they have the legendary statue. Otherwise, they're gonna get cranky and be like, someone else's room is nicer than mine, and I don't like it. Okay, so let's go here. Adult males, you're allowed 2. Otherwise, we won't put any other restrictions for right now. What I am curious about is we are going to need more people able to handle the crops. Because I'm not seeing these get planted. Right, because you're dealing with the dryad stuff, which is not getting anywhere. What are you dealing with? What is... Oh, I guess you're replanting all of these fields because they burned down again. That's fair. You feel guilty about the chronophagy or whatever? Isn't that against the rules? No. I make an exception for chronophagy because mechanically it's one of the only ways to de-age. So my choices are the biopod things, which we might never get in the entire run, and this is the only other option for de-aging. So it is one of those things that, like, while I tend to run almost nothing but, like, morally good colonies and whatever, that is the one exception I make. Because mechanically in the game, they're, like, you're kind of forced to do that. Or, you know, go into, you know, the kind of transhumanist stuff. I'm genuinely surprised you haven't had more complications. It's only -4 for rituals. Yeah, no, we're talking about the rule where I have to try and help everyone I can. In this case, this is like the one exception, because otherwise, like I said, it's just kind of a thing I can't muscle my way around it. There is no... Because and to be clear, we're using the random research and all that, so I don't get the option. It's the tax for attacking the colony? Oh yeah, no, very genuinely. If I either get low on the bioferrite, this person starts to get a bit too old, or I get someone else to replace them, I'll let the other one go. I usually won't go until they die or anything like that. It's still messed up, like, don't get me wrong, robbing people of literal years of their life. There's not a way you look at that and go, yeah, it's fine. There's nothing ethically or morally questionable about that. Technically, we saved 2 lives with that Mech Resurrection Serum, because we got Mohan Rai, who was pregnant at the time she died. So baby is back. I'm still blown away that that wasn't rotten. I fully... When I dug up that corpse, I was digging it up to put him into, or putting like ourselves a mausoleum kind of thing in the middle of here. And I was just digging it up to move it out of the grave out there to in here, since we finally got Complex Fortune. Because they just need to spend a couple years in Sculpting Pod. Right, once I have it, and I think was it Glitter World you need with that? That's it. Would you recommend Space Heaven to people like RimWorld? Yeah, I would say there's enough similarities. That said, Space Haven to me doesn't have nearly the breadth of content. So it is definitely one of those ones that you play and you very quickly kind of exhaust what's there. Not like it's a bad game or whatever, it's just the scale of the 2 games. RimWorld is a monstrosity of a game. You know, with over 10 years development. Age Reversal takes... Oh, yeah. Age Reversal was just nutrition. It was the regeneration thing. Like Ground of Aces? Kinda. Oh, Space Haven's full release at this point. That was the big thing, as they went 1.0 earlier this year. Like, and it's a fun game. It's definitely a game, though, you go a little while, and then, like, once you kind of got, like, the loop of it, it's just a matter of going, do I want to go and tear apart more ships to then, you know, build more onto my ship, which can be fun. Resurrecting a baby? Zombie baby? You've seen a lot of films like that. Well, no. We resurrected Mom, and Mom resurrected the baby through mom things. You know the power of Mom. You've seen the glare. they operate on a different level. Isn't that a plot of like Pet Cemetery? That's even worse. I mean, nah, I'm gonna leave that alone because it actually gets to something that's super sad and awful that happens in real life. We'll simply say there is a lot of things that goes wrong with the entire idea of resurrecting someone who is pregnant, and a lot of implications around that we can just gladly leave nice and packaged up in the corner to not be touched. Where they can sit right there in the corner, completely untouched, collecting dust, and we can never speak of again. You've seen the chuckle and felt the chonkla? I have no idea what a chonkla is. Are you okay? Or keep a chankla? I still don't know that word. Oh, sandal. My mom was never the kind of one who was like, you know, hit you with the sandal or whatever. And check out Uzi Oozborn playing some Final Fantasy 14 online, if that's your jam. Create a limestone statue masterwork. All right. A brand new fancy statue to go in someone's bedroom. Yeah, no, my mom was never one to like hit us with a sandal or anything. Like, she never had to like do that. Rejected proposal. Luxray proposed to Apple Lords, who rejected them again. This is not going well for the poor Luxray over here. Is like really trying hard and just being shot down again. What was the masterwork? Oh, we can check that. That's fair. A grand statue depicting Shah holding a large sword in both hands. Shah has beady eyes and snarling lips. The work is a heartfelt feeling and an unbalanced structure. He's like, it looks like he's gonna murder everyone. It really gets you right there. It's the Spanish word for sandal? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I hadn't heard that one. But yeah, no, like I said, my mom was never the one to like spank or sandal us or anything like that. Like, Prison Break. Oh, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You really want to reconsider that. There's a whole lot of people here. And they're feeling real punchy. There we go. And what did we learn? We learned that you don't get to leave right now. It was the wooden spoon like once or twice. Yeah, no, I got swat on the fanny once or twice by my pops, but that was very rare. Okay, in about 5 hours we go over here and see what we can do to assist. Let's see, otherwise it was, otherwise wait until Dad gets home, and he'd come into your room and it's like, you made your mom mad, and now she's mad at me, don't do it again. Yeah, I didn't get that kind of a talk to, but like, there's definitely like the couple of times I got properly in trouble. You know, you'd have mom being like quiet. And you're like, I've messed up. I've messed up big. It's like, you're sitting there, it's like, are you okay? I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it was like I said, both the times I got a slap on the fanny kind of thing. Don't remember what I did. Like, even in the moment, I wasn't too sure what happened. Like, and I don't know what the relationship with, like, that kind of thing between my parents, like, what discussions they had about raising us or anything like that. But I have a feeling as well as things that happened once or twice, and I think my mom put the kibosh in that. I was like, you know, this isn't helping anything stop. Like, don't do that. I don't know what conversation, but it only happened once or twice, and that was the end of it. Okay, so you're... I need to move up. I'm going to friendly fire. And then they will dislike me greatly. Wait, you're impids? No. Oh, you have a Hellcat. Okay. I was like, I heard the fire going. I'm like, wait a second. There should be no fire going here. Okay, you get out of the way. I don't need to... I was afraid of that. Okay, so you got shot. Who shot you? Who shot you? Zemos. You're not a good friend. Shooting Server Lord in the back of the leg. I'm missing context. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. And it sucks there's people that way, unfortunately. Oh, wait. You're alive. Well, I do make it a thing that we try and save everyone. I don't think we're gonna get there in time to keep this person from bleeding out, but we'll try and plug up a few of the holes. Yeah, no, it's understandable. Like, it's also understandable that people have, like, upset. There's a lot of unfortunate, like, trauma and all that kind of stuff that does happen. People deserve better. In a pretty storybook childhood. Then your dad dying when you were 11. Wow, 29. That's rough. Oh, we got to reform ideology. Yeah, no, it was this past year that my father passed away, only like 2-3 months ago, so yeah. But we can just move on from that, because I'm doing good. Doing good. What was I doing? Right, reforming the ideology. That's right. And I chose, like, the one character who's not in the ideology. Alright, so we got our ideology reformation. There was something here... Right, so the last time... So, for those who don't know, I only let myself change one thing each time. The last time we added... It was the drum party. And so this time I'm going to change that. Oh, weird. Oh, right! Tunneler, you can have them deliver you insect jelly. Is such a weird one. Sure, this is not worth doing. Cool. That one, we're getting our insect jelly. Okay, so we're gonna capture them real fast. If you're standing and seeing your daughter's sandbox, they get secondhand for your grandfather tomorrow. Then you're going to the beach tonight. That sounds fantastic. Yeah, no, I haven't played Medieval Dynasty in a hot minute. But so you're not interested in the future map of Medieval Dynasty? It seems like it one of the same features as the regular map. I haven't looked in at all of any of the stuff that's changing with all that. Disease infection. And you got 2 of them. This is not looking good for you, friend. If they get up in time, I can send them on their way. It's going to be a creative canvas? Oh, interesting. I mean, I think it's good that's included. But yeah, no, I'm kind of the same thing. I probably won't mess with it. Alright. Well, good news, it looks like your immunity is way higher, so I'll probably be fine. Has it also been told that you're hanging shelves in your closet? Also relocating your fire pit, and you're supposed to be... Ah. Well, now we know what Basette's negative is. Basette has the Psychic Scream, which is one of those ones that most of the time is not that big a deal, but can also be utterly obnoxious. So in that case, you're allowed to Warden. Pain idealized poggers. Yeah, well, the problem you run into, the one big negative of this, like, the pain's not a big deal. The problem you run into it is you'll be in the middle of a fight and just a bad time, and suddenly all your people drop for just a second in the middle of the fight at the wrong time and you get overrun. What does the Scream do? Is it just once or continuous? It happens once in a long while, but it has like an area of effect around it where everyone in that area gets hit with a really intense pain and gets knocked down, or usually knocked down. And then when they get back up, they'll continue to be in pain for a couple of days. So yeah, it's like 3 days of pain. It's a lot of pain. So if you're not pain is a virtue or whatever, or sorry, pain idealized, isn't that the Psychic Scream? Yeah. Can you cut the vocal cords? I don't believe so, because it's a Psychic Scream, not a, it's not an actual scream, it is a Psychic Scream. Yeah, pure projected mental pain caused by a shock pulse of suffering. It is overwhelming, but dissipates relatively quickly. Yeah, so it is one of those things that I think even if you make them psychically deaf, I think it still happens. Like I said, it's one of those ones, it's not terrible. Yeah, 3 days is not quickly. I was thinking the same thing. It's like 3 days, like, man, that's a long time in RimWorld for everyone to be at 25% pain. Because remember, in RimWorld, you can die from pain. If pain hits 100%, your pawn does die. Yeah, no, it's just a thing. It's like, oh, we crushed your arm. You'll be in pain for 3 days. Yeah. Alright, so we're getting our thing for cremating people done. It's wherever psychic energy is generated. Probably the sphincter. That's my best guess. If I've learned from anything is, oh, what was the book called? It was something Hell's Super. So like Hell's Superintendent. But it's basically this person who was like in hell for whatever reason. And they were just responsible for like doing maintenance and keeping things running and all that. And I do remember as a thing at like one point he gets the ability to teleport. And he controls his teleportation through his sphincter. Which apparently to the demons was a perfectly reasonable thing, but, you know, to him as a former human being was like, I do what now? You think so hard that you mega clench and cause everyone a shockwave mental fart that hurts everyone? Superintendent Mannering? I don't think so. I mean, like, if that's against the book, I think it was something Hell Super or whatever. I can't remember the name was. Superintendent Chalmers. Alright, so we're getting the last of this all smoothed out, which is good. We're keeping right now the alpaca cordoned off there. It might be a thing to actually close this door off. I mean, it's probably fine. We've got one running around here. We would like more dye and all that. We just keep losing a bunch of our crops because of animals eating them and everything. We got the hunter drone. The hunter drone can be another fun one. You can set that up and it's basically a mine that hunts things. So you can set up where you have like your kill box in an area where the hunter drones can see the enemies, and whether the enemies shoot at the hunter drones and waste ammo, or the hunter drones get in on them and blow up, kind of doesn't matter. Either way, it's going to buy you time. And you're not someone we wanted to keep. No, you're terrible. So you're getting released. Congratulations. Penna here, though. Penna here lives here. Speaking of which... Alright, so who is our oldest now? Because you were 45 the last time. Yeah, so we knocked you down to 36. So 37, I believe. Oh, nope, 38. 38 is our oldest now. So grab you, grab you, grab you. And then the last two, or last one doesn't matter. So what you could make IED stop activating on proximity and get triggered by some kind of mechanism or whatnot. Like be able to like wire it to the door so they open the door and it blasts. Or on the other hand, have someone have a switch on the other side of the wall that you can hit the switch. Kind of wait for the enemies to clump up a little. Oh, and this, for the record, I usually only will do this on factions that permanently hate you. I made the comment a couple of times, like, a faction that permanently hates you, you know, I'll make the comments like, that's not a person, that's a machine, that's a zombie, that's a robot. There's more depth to real people. A person's like, no matter what, they will always despise you. It's like, well, sorry, man. Ha! Oh, I'm looking at the wrong pawn. I got myself excited. I thought we de-aged Beset and that, you know, we got our blindness back. Because blindness can be an age-induced thing. So I'm kind of wondering if I chronophagy Mohan Rai, if the blindness will go away. I don't think it will, but stuff like bad back, frail, dementia, blindness are all considered age-related. So chronophagy will get rid of them. Can you chrono back into childhood? No, so it only goes so low. I think 15 is the lowest it'll let you go age-wise. Is there 15 or 18 that'll only let you go down to that low? Everyone's a different gun. Is this kind of challenge? No. So that's a unique weapon, that's a unique weapon, and that's a unique weapon. And we can't make our own guns because of research, so these are just what I've managed to get a hold of. So we are dealing with the whole whatever I can get my hands in is what I'm going to work with. And that's what we got going on. Oh, did we ever make our sword? I know we were working on it. Luxray was working on it. Infestation. Alright, that's not a bad place for an infestation. So pop that door. And everyone else, swarm on in here. Yeah, you know, 13 might be right. Like I said, I don't remember what the actual cutoff is, but there is like a... They only get so good. That is a lot of nests. There's at least 3 or 4 nests going on there. Oh, come on. Come on, let's try and get... Okay, we did manage to save him from destroying it. Yeah, so we probably should cut that door. Okay, everything else died, so who took what injuries? Luxray got a minor scratch. Donkey Duff got quite a few scratches, and that's it. But it looks like our power went out, or is going out, because the generator took damage. Like, it was damaged beforehand. Yeah, so let's close that door, so we don't have some cheeky infestation trash that thing again. Meanwhile... Okay, Bassette's fixing it already. Yeah, we really need to get that hospital done, which this is, like I said, going to be our ideology room, so we're waiting for that to be smoothed. Then we can get all that over. Actually, we probably don't even need to do that. That's right, that's... Thank you. I was so distracted by the injuries that I forgot about the nests. And that's not one you want to forget about. Okay, so let's grab... Keep the kids out of this one, because we're going to get a little bit of an acid bath, potentially. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. Everyone's good now. You got patched up, right? Okay, for a moment I was worried I interrupt them getting patched up because they were pretty badly cut up. Yeah, I actually did interrupt them, but they already had the bleeding done, which is the important piece. Okay. So it's actually probably a thing we can go structure. Auto doors slate. Let's make those two into auto doors since I want to keep those closed, and we're going to have to cut back and forth through those. Yeah, so I was saying, so Luxray is working on the sword. Is Luxray our best crafter? I mean, the two of them are close enough. Okay. Psychic ritual victim. It's probably fine. Alright, we got more reputation there. How goes our research? We're still working on the hunting drone. And bills add cremate corpse due forever if it is a human-like corpse that is not a colonist. Cremate corpse due forever. All corpses, unless they're fresh. Burn apparel, due forever. If it isn't clean, burn apparel, due forever. If it is below 80% and it's not armor or utility. Deconstruct that fire and don't bother refueling it, because now I can burn stuff without having to do that. Yeah, we can deconstruct all that. So with this, we no longer need that zone. So now when people die, we can just start processing the buys one after the other. Alright. So the up and down side is we did get Mohan Rai back, which is a huge win. But it did cost us our one resurrection serum that we could have used on Cody to cure the crumbling mine by removing their skull. Ooh, orbital tech. Which is interesting that I'm going to have orbital tech, yet I still don't have the grav tech. Which is a curiosity. But it's fine. Because if we get the orbital tech, I can potentially get the... Oh no, shuttle is on the other one. Well, it still would give us the vac suit. And if we do get the shuttle or anything and start hitting things up, which is the plan, is to like launch the shuttle from here, go grab like unique weapons, bring them back, that kind of thing. Having that opens up the orbital platforms as a possibility for us. I wonder if this would be overhead mountain, this could be the shuttle spot. Because that'd actually be a really good spot because it's right out the door, all that. But it does depend on if this goes to overhead mountain or not. I'm also curious with these meteor strikes, if we could get a meteor strike to block off the path. All that happened is then a raid would come through and just chip through the wall. But, you know, it's a curiosity. Okay. Yeah, so 2 more times we'll get you converted over. And we are slowly chipping away at the endless army of people in this colony of different ideologies. And you got food poisoning from insect jelly. Cool, man. Dark visions on Beset because you're entombed. Because you're not an undergrounder, so you're getting very upset about just staying your entire life in a cave. I don't know what their problem is. Cave life for life. Yes, I don't think Luxray is ever going to have the time to build that. If ever, neither's Donkey Duff. Canadian Hussy could. Alright. Let's go ahead and find the unfinished Bioferrite sword, cancel it, and whoever gets time to deal with it. Because we get those Bioferrite swords, those are way better than what I'm using right now. Especially if we can manage to get a good quality one. But even a bad quality one will be really, really beneficial. Okay, and you're all smoothing the floor out there. This whole area is already done. Oh, I guess we should go in here and go furniture, bookshelf, slate. Because then if we put the books on the bookshelf, it gives us a mild bonus to research as well. Contents, let's see, storage, critical. Because it is one of those things that the books will help a lot. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, how many people do we have at this stage? We have 12 people, and I have 16 rooms? Yeah, and I have 16 rooms, and then some we have 2 separate couples, so we should actually have quite a few spare rooms. Oh, hey, have I actually run myself low on slate brick? When did that happen? Because it was all piled out here, but we have since collected it. That's fine. Once we begin our next expansion, we'll get more stone, whatever type it ends up being. Inspired recruitment. Can't recruit her. She's unwaveringly loyal. Okay. Any dangerous critters? We got a okay. Badger is dangerously close. Let's get over here and deal with this badger before it hunts one of the children. Alright. So no more dangerous animals nearby. We got proper place for kids to learn. Still not sure why these specific blocks are getting ignored. I'm fine, there's still plenty of stone for them to pick up. They're actually probably going to run out of stone to cut soon, because we got the handful of stone up here to deal with, and a little bit of stone there, and all the rest of the stone, I believe, has already been collected and processed. Hi.
Hi, handsome boy. Love of my life. Best husband ever.
Well, some of those are true.
I'm heading downstairs to bed, bites.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. You won't.
It's true. I was sitting in my head because I started a little bit later than I normally do. I was like, oh, she's going to bed. I was like, oh no, she's not. Yep, nope. I'm basically pulling the equivalent. I mean, I stream effectively third shift, and then I'm happy to stay up because we got people arriving first thing in the morning to cut down the tree. And I just accept the reality that there isn't a reality. I go downstairs and I fall asleep on anything that early from my normal times. It's just like, alright, so it's gonna be a rough day tomorrow. Them's the breaks. Oh, you can go way far back here and it counts as still in the room. Okay, that's interesting. Because we're going to finally get our hospital online, which has been long overdue. It won't be too much longer until we can, yeah, so this one, I gotta build a new one. We already have. I didn't think the Neil pillow is part of our ideology. We only got it because there was a trade caravan that got killed. Alright. So with this... put a pair of shelves for medicine. Link, and we can go storage, clear, critical, medicine. Alright, and the hospital starts to come online. Okay. So we can get all the hospital beds built. Before we get too far with that, chronophagy. Again. Alright, so you're at 29 years old. 37 is probably our oldest. The Serve Lords are next oldest. You, Mohan Rai, and one more. Okay. And basically we keep doing this until, like, our biofer rate gets low. This person starts to get, you know, decently old. Or we start looking at our people and everyone's like, they're all like in their 20s or so, where it's like, okay. Because you actually don't want to age them the whole way down to 13, because I believe it reduces their maximum hit points when they're a teenager versus an adult. And those are now medical beds. Alright. Love to see it. But yeah, so like, it is one of those things to be careful to not push them all the way into being like 15 years old or whatever. Amazing construction. I don't have anywhere to build that really. You can mine a big chunk out and like build underneath. Which isn't a terrible thing, but I don't want to deal with it. So I've almost got the ideology room done. Oh good, they got more of the floors dyed. Because little by little I'm trying to dye more and more of the stuff in here. Oh, ideology, we should... we can make the dyeing bench. So orbital tech, so now I get recurve bow. Going from orbital tech to recurve bow, excellent. Oh, I also need a production... do I? Oh, I don't have the machining table. That's interesting, so I can't actually make the orbital tech I just researched so far as the vac suits. I wonder how some of these are getting damaged. One of these marked as... ah, it's that one. So you're only 41% grown, so we should wait on that. Because someday I might get tree sowing, and then we can put the timber shroom down here. And have basically all the wood we can possibly need. In the meantime, we're getting trace amounts of fiber corn outside. Meanwhile, we can go to the other one, which is... painting the walls up. I can rip the components out of the wall so I can put some slate wall in that gap. Should be on you whenever you get back up. So you're about to have your kid. Do we have 2 kids happening at the same time? Is that what I remember? So you're about to have your kid. Yeah, we got 2 kids about to happen. So the colony is going to be growing by means of children, which you get some really strong pawns, but like they take forever to get good. But definitely when you get to the point, like we're in a good setup now where we can keep the kids learning pretty close to maxed out at all times. Recurve bow. Oh good, water wheel generator. Honestly, I technically could use it here and over there, but there's no reason. They'll just get trashed anyways. And it probably should be going and popping some anomaly stuff to progress the monolith. Very genuinely should do it. Oh, set you to self-dye your clothes. See, who wouldn't though? You gotta raise the kids before they're good pawns, right? Gotta raise the kids before they're good pawns. Yeah, no, absolutely. You gotta put the time and effort into, getting them all sorted. Alright. So we can build those walls. We got one more tile left. And Luxray is unhappy about what? Your proposal was rejected. So you're trying to propose to Apple while almost at the same time hitting on someone else who is married and being rebuffed by them. Okay, I mean, that's not great. Oh, RimWorld. Sometimes you just got that drama going on. Okay, we're getting our first bioferrite longsword made. And someday we'll have what we need to make, like, flak vests. Let's see, what's the thing in the flashing back next to the thrashing things? Oh, these? These are bioferrite extractor. Basically, they're sucking bone goop out of them that I can use to make stuff. So I'm making a bioferrite longsword. It's a very strong but flammable material. You use it for like a lot of the anomaly stuff. Alright, so you're about to have the baby. So please have the baby. I want a good result. We did just resurrect you. Has the baby, Shambler. I need you to wait your turn on this whole childbirth thing. Let's see. I don't know what's happening right now. Okay, we got our first baby as a healthy baby. Love to see it. So name that baby. And our brand new baby, the one born of a person resurrected, that you were technically dead for 2 years, is Earthrush Tony. And we're gonna go to you. Feeding urgent on everyone but mom. One of you kids need to get a very major interest in growing things, by the way. We need more youth in farming. And come on, healthy baby. Because I didn't check the odds. And another healthy baby. Alright. We are going to have an entire thing. We got Ron going. We're going to have entirely too many babies in this colony. That's 4 children we've got simultaneously. So let's go ahead and here. Feeding. Never. Please take care of the moms. The fact that we don't have that many people and they had like simultaneously went into labor is certainly a thing, especially with the timing on a resurrection of all things. Feeding the babies insect jelly? That's fine too. Did you activate making baby food? There is baby food, so I'm assuming it's still there. Yeah. I just realized I only have one of these. Is this our difficulty? No. Generally speaking, if you're gonna build like big giant colonies like this, you can't realistically do it on the hardest difficulty without a lot of pain. I used to do the 500% naked brutality kind of thing, but I found it too limiting in gameplay style. Because it is a thing that the harder you take the game, if you think about like, here's all the viable options for playing the game, every little bit harder it gets a little bit narrower, until you start getting to the point where your rounds all start to feel a little samey. So it was even well before streaming I stopped doing them. Because I used to do like naked, 500% naked brutality, ice sheet. You suffer from infestations? So if you want easy ways to deal with infestations, you see these corridors I put everywhere. Like you'll see them at like every major intersection, you'll see me use that same pattern. Pretty much all of them, I always try to have 3 melee pawns and I put my range behind it. And generally speaking, you will just shred most infestations as long as you're using guns that have a decent amount of DPS. Like even when you start to get some pretty beefy infestations, and then on top of that, if you get flare packs, you can just huck the flare pack down the hall, stun the entire group of bugs. You can get pretty manageable. We haven't had that many big. I think the biggest infestation we've had so far was only a 4 hive, but it can be very manageable. You don't need burn boxes and all that. You need choke points. Is basically all you need. Imperial transporter, so we're obligated to help them. For this one, we'll take the special. Ooh, actually, so I can get allied with them right now if we succeed. Specialize them. I'm going to take the allied. Okay, so they crashed right up by my base. That's good. And for the record, this is a custom map. So far as, like, not custom, like I didn't, like, design or anything. It is the Geological Landforms Water Source Impassable Mountain. It's a cool map. It's got its pros and cons. Like, if I get the Anomaly Heart, for example, over here, it'll be... I mean, actually, with the river, I don't know. Because the last time I did one, it didn't have a river. I was not paying attention to the time, and they're already here. So you are bringing nothing but melee. Get over here as fast as you can. Bring everything as fast as you can. Yeah, so it's 6 of them. So 6 of them. Yeah, 6 of them. They're Neanderthals. They're tanky. I'm just going to be a little bit low. Yeah, no, I pulsed it. That's the reason I pulsed it a couple of times. If you draft and draft, draft and draft, they'll just drop the baby where they're standing. Okay. Selena, you're still in her. Was just like, nah, not feeling this. Get it out of here. Please don't be on the front lines, Kira Liz. Well, so the downside is we did not succeed on the quest. Because one of them got into melee and got insta-tapped. So we got a Neanderthal who's a slow learner, tortured artist. And a whole bunch of junk we don't care about. Alright, so what you're going to do is you're probably not going to die instantly. You're going to die pretty fast. So you start trying to patch them up. Yeah, that's the one that did it. Just took 2 hits, and one of those hits took the head straight off. Slow learner Neanderthal was a learning speed for double passion in them. I have no idea. Where did you go? Alright, so you're gonna drop them and start patching them up. There's a little bit of a calculated risk. Because as a Neanderthal, there's a very high chance this person pops up suddenly as I'm bandaging them. But if I don't start bandaging them, we won't bring them back. This isn't someone I'm keeping. They're terrible. But we are going to catch and release. Alright. Xenogenetics. Okay. Now we want to get our xenogenetics lab started. Because now we can start collecting stuff to work towards doing a bunch of, like, bioengineering shenanigans. Alright, one more bandage and then we take you back. What was the passion in shooting and int on the Neanderthal? We could check that in a minute. So the passion in shooting, so the intellect, the overall research speed, learning speed 12% on that. Yeah, so it's learning speed 12% because minus 75% for slow learner and then 50% for slow study. So prisoner, we're just going to catch and release you. So pretty soon, I'm going to need to add more stuff to power. I'm going to turn that back on. Okay, so we got the floor all smoothed out. We got our hospital built. So good stuff all around. Oh, we do have that set. All right. You tell them to start moving the chunks out here because they don't seem to be grabbing them. At least we can dump them outside. All right, so we got a little bit of time before we can chronophagy again. Okay. So this is where our Xeno... Like our, sorry, not xenobiology. This is where our biotech room is going to be. So work on getting that all in place. Because that's one of those ones that as we catch people, we can go like the Neanderthals and like pull stuff so we can try and grab robust or whatever. And just see what we can get. And we just keep basing it up. So we actually have mostly baseliners, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we have one high mate and everyone else is a baseliner just by happenstance. Entity escape on the Revenant. Alright, let's get this going. Pop that door. Ah, it's too early. The door just opened right now. Move, Luxray. Okay, so that's all of you. Okay, melee team, just get out of the way. We don't need friendly fire here. Alright, tough fight and handled. Alright. So we had our first breakout from a Revenant and dispatched handily. We did have to blow a few flares, which will cost me some bioferrite, but not enough to care that much. We will want to open that door again. The plan had been, when it walked through here, is trying to watch the door to pop the fire foam to reveal. Oh, I just realized I don't have chem fuel production. That fire foam was actually a thing. So if it escapes, is it entitled to its buddies? No, what'll happen is if it escapes, it'll go over here, and it'll come back and attack me again and again. That's the Revenants. Like, these ones will just straight up try and walk out and, like, do damage. So one thing I think is we're in good shape right now. Let's restrict everyone to home for a minute. And let's go... Where are you at? Void Provocation. You're the one I can afford to have down to the most. Because I've been kind of sitting here not dealing with these things. So let's pop a Void Provocation. See what next thing that goes bump in the night we could get, because we've honestly not seen that many. So we've got the ghoul and the I forget the ones that throw the quill. Not flesh beast. I don't remember. The point is, let's get more of those going. Gore Hulk, thank you. Alright, Canadian Hussy got dropped down. I also figured I'd do that to Canadian Hussy because they don't have a weapon, so they'll just drop, like, they'll just drop to the ground. I won't have to be like, hey, go pick your weapon back up, that kind of thing. Ah, so you ran out of wood. Okay, so we've got our invisibility detection. But otherwise, we're waiting to see what happens. So he also did sort of bring a monster to the colony. It's the least she could do. I keep forgetting that she's missing her arm. And we do need a replacement leg for Luxray. Like, we put a peg leg on there, but we don't have prosthetics yet. A ghoul is attacking. Oh, no. Not a ghoul when I've got, like, 20 people to throw at it. Whatever will I do? And that also means we'll be able to attune the monolith and make it bigger. So I'll turn that back on to be allowed to be researched. Well, that was short. Schedule on, restrict everyone again. And then attune on Shaw's been a researcher. So with this, we're going to see more dangerous things. I might have to fuss with this entry. I know it grows a little bit up this way. I don't remember exactly how it grows. And we're fine. Attuning the monolith has caused it to twist and grow once more. As it did, Shaw caught a glimpse of what lurks beyond. He understood. The monolith is a doorway opened wider through our actions. On the other side, Shaw sensed an inhuman intelligence of vast complexity and endless rage. The dark machine god is stirring. Its physical influence will grow. Yay! A fun event would be a ghoul swarm. It would be good for, like, ghoul attacking to be able to, like, at higher wealth, be able to have, like, 2 or 3 ghouls attack instead of just the one. Okay, deconstruct the fuel smithy. By now we should be on electric smithy to get us off of the wood dependence. Meanwhile, chronophagy, welcome aboard. Let's see here. So we have 29. Another 29. Another 29. 26. 36. 34. So you here, you here, you here, and then one more. Alright. And thank you for the 5 stream streak, Mob Farmer. I do appreciate that. I've been enjoying the stream. Another Harbinger tree sprout. I'm okay with that. Okay, so you did finish that. So production, electric smithy. Eventually I'm going to need to build a second one of these. Renovation complete. Congratulations at your newfound youth. And food binge because of Grey Paul. Grey Paul being the thing that's negatively affecting your mood the most, being the thing that got it. Cool, man. Alright, another one converted. So we've got 2 more people to convert over to our ideology. So, something that I'm going to have to work on now before I forget. I need to make sure all of our hallways and all that are lit. Because we're in the range where stuff like the Noctil event can be a whole thing, so that's fine. You need to have a light tucked in over here. You need to have a light over here. Those we don't care about right now, that's all fine down there for the moment. You're all good here. And this is the one I'm curious about. If I put a light here, I'm not sure if it's going to be a problem. Well, actually, I would need the lights. Huh. Because the lights are going to have to be over on the sides, and the moment I do that, we're definitely killing mushrooms with the light. I think what we do is, in the event of a... Oh, but I have to go over here because we have the power over here. Door stop the lights, you think? I don't know. We can try. They must, because I'm not getting the warning being like, you know, dying from exposed to light. So back here. It's a bit wasteful, but that's fine. Pit gate opening. Alright. No, you're good, James. It happens. It's also, before I forget, and I don't think the mausoleum needs lights either. Alright, so that's going to open soon. We're going to let everyone have a chance to take care of themselves. Alright, then we're going to pop the door. There's a straight shot to us. Okay. Is there a threat? You gotta have the baby on you. That's just the rules. Alright, there's the pit gate, so I'll have to go down there and deal with that. And I mention this almost every time we do this. I have lost more colonists to pit gates than any other anomaly event. It's just you get down there and someone gets downed at the wrong time. Extracting them can be very difficult. Okay, a bunch of little rubbish. Honestly, with this, let's start out with you over here. And see if we can't knock some of them on their way in. And then switch as we get closer. It's always the splitting ones that hit your backlines. Yeah. Well, that's, I found usually the best way to deal with that when you're, like, on the last encounter, if you're going to just, like, hold and fight it, is just to put your back up against the wall, so there's nowhere for them to go. Okay, that's good. We caused 2 of them to split. Cool. You caught it earlier. So there's the air splitters back there. Let's go ahead and save ourselves a little bit of damage. Pop a flare and stun them. Take you. Okay, so that was a horrible mess. So you go rescue Donkey Duff. Let's check on our injuries. You are in terrible shape. You're in terrible shape. You're okay. You're fine. And you're fine. Meanwhile... you can't doctor, right? Yep. You go and grab that tough spike. And Burning Sun, you go and shoot that thing till it stops moving. Oh, there's still some of you left. Schedule, home zone. And let's go burn corpses. Entity corpses are allowed. Except undiscovered. Yeah, we're treating people as fast as we can. You think the ones outside are downed? No. Well, I mean, this one's down. This one's okay. So, no immediate danger. Interestingly, it's only showing me that one. All the ones in the medical bed's like, nah, they're fine. What are you worried about? You just had a catharsis. You left everyone else to fight without your assistant. Wow, you were really bad at doctoring. Oh, right, because you're missing an arm. I keep forgetting that. If we're lucky, when we go down below, we might be able to find ourselves, like, a bionic arm or something like that. You can find some pretty cool stuff. Okay. It'll be pretty unlikely we get away without an infection here. That was a lot of injuries, and the hospital's gone properly gore-fest in here. That's fine. I'm not too fussed about that. That's fine, you keep working on that. Okay, so everyone's all treated. That's the good news. So we just want to give people a chance to recover. And once that's all said and done, we go again. One of these should be uranium. Oh no, Luxray had the uranium one. Yeah, you're gonna take the steel gladius. It's fine. Okay. Definitely want to kill that. We don't want to be stuck out here way too long. And the reason for that is eventually we'll get another round of the enemies popping out of here. And I believe that'll keep happening pretty much indefinitely until we go in there and deal with it. Low-key, obviously they didn't think of this. This should flood. It's literally on a river that's flooding over to a tile. It's not going to, and I don't actually want it to. But, like, there's definitely, like, the realism side of it where you're like, oh yeah, the pit gate opens up right in the middle of a river. Cool, good choice, man. Have the entire river down in your pit gate. The marriage is on. Luxray has proposed lifelong commitment to Athel Lords, who has agreed, and the two are now engaged. Hey man, third time's a charm. Maybe now we won't have to worry about the, all the negative mood penalties. Are they out of the hospital at least? Or what out of the hospital? What a waste of all the pretty green carpet. That's not carpet. That's stone floor. We just dyed it green. But that's just straight up stone. Oh, they're out of the... Well, they're not getting married right now. They got engaged. But they are out of the hospital. It was Luxray who didn't even join the last battle because they were busy being upset about the fact that they got turned down the last time they proposed. And then Apple, who was one of the ones who didn't get injured, who was desperately scrambling to cover up all the holes in everybody. It's mostly our melee team who took the worst of the brunt, which, you know, no real shocker there. Alright, bear with me, chat. I have got to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be right back. And so thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a moment. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Okay, so we are back. So we're just waiting for Donkey Duff and that, because, like, I can get away with, like, you know, if one of these random people in the back end was down and I have to wait for them to heal. But having my entire melee line, because we don't have much armor. Like, I've got a little bit here and there that we've stolen. But because of the random research, we've just not gotten it. We're having a very weird path of our research right now in this run. But still. So we're just waiting for these two to be in decent shape. And as soon as they are, we go into the hole with... I'm honestly tempted to take literally everybody but the kids and the pacifist. Yeah, because you're on childcare. So literally take everybody else and just leave these 5 out here. Which is a risky thing to do, because if there's a raid or something, you know, there's not much we can do about it. But I'm kind of thinking we just throw overwhelming odds down below and just try and clear out as aggressively as possible. So 15 and 22. Are you ready for another one of these? No. The kids want to go into the hole so that they can get their lost balls and stuff, the animals, and fell into the hole. Just playing with all the things and just chucking them in there. Did you? There you go. Yeah, so it's going to take some work. The good news is we're down to only 2 people left to convert. I need to get you sorted out. I need to get a lot of stuff sorted out. It's fine. Man, you got thrashed. Because I am worried about, like, as long as you're down there, none will pop out. But if you do just wait, eventually, like, wave after wave will happen. And it's delayed, like, it'll be effectively the equivalent of a raid. And then you'll wait a while and you'll get, like, another one. That's also why I'm keeping people restricted to stay inside right now. Is because I don't want them going out there and getting themselves caught. One other thing we should do is go to here, bills, add. Because I'll need some meals cooked. So work on that while everyone else is recovering. You're almost back up to full strength. Donkey Duff was the one who's like right in the front of it, but you're almost, you know, sorted out as well. You're actually alive, Kirliz, with a very, very unfortunate haircut. You got to be one of the kids in the colony, who apparently was born in their emo phase. There's no delay right whatsoever. It was just like, you know, shaved down the middle, long hair one side. Nah, you're good. You're good, Kira. If like your name gets drawn again, I just redraw it. I don't have like a leave command or anything like that. I probably could get that set up. It wouldn't be that big a deal. I just need to sit down and do it. It's not a big deal for me to redraw anyways. Okay, you dumped a bunch of meat from the sky. That's certainly a choice. Yeah, Raider Emo Chic. Absolutely. No one said the emo phase was a bad phase. Okay, xenogenetics and then sterile materials next. How are we doing on power, by the way? We're probably pushing the limits here. It's a little high. So biotech. We will want a gene extractor. And 2 gene banks and a gene assembler. I probably won't be able to do much with that right now. We'll end up just turning most of that off. This is one I'll probably leave the door closed. And the reason we'll probably want to leave the door closed on that one is just, it'll be a lot of components worth of materials in there that don't need to be messed with very often. You're likely to sleep when Emo Kira got born? Yeah, no, probably. Okay, you are almost ready, and we have been going way too long without going in the pit gate. I just really don't want to go without the whole team. Because we're looking to just brute force this thing, just throw numbers at it. There's also a warg, which is a little annoying, but we'll just live with that. Probably a mistake. Add that in there. Get them bodies out of here. How close are you? Alright, let's do a quick chronophagy. So 29, 29, 15, 29, 26, 28. Oh, 34. Old man. Alright. And that should wrap up pretty close to about the right time for this person to be fully healed. We'll check to see how you're doing, by the way. So you're going to be 56, so probably do one more chronophagy on them, and then send them on their way. Okay, so everyone's scrambling to eat real fast. We give them 2 seconds to do that. Okay, so the moment people get up in the morning, we go. And hopefully this thing doesn't kick off before then. Otherwise, we just don't make progress. We just fight again, and we do that. I mean, I guess, honestly, we could fight them indefinitely without taking any serious injuries, which is a real big gamble. you would, in theory, be able to, like, just slowly amass skill, but usually that's just not safe. Yeah, actually, honestly, with this one, we'll say 5 brain scars is our limit. Because I believe we've got almost everyone in the 20s now. Yeah, everyone's in the 20s or younger. Okay, you two are feeding the babies really quick. Distress signal. I have my own to give. And also check out Treacle and our fantastic content creator, also playing RimWorld, as well as many other games that we play on the channel. So if you like RimWorld or any of the other content we do, honestly, you'll find a lot of similar stuff over there. Okay, so people are up. Okay. Enter the pit gate. All of you. All of you. Neither of the children. We don't worry about the alpaca. Because I do feel bad for the kids that end up following their family into a raid and go home a few months later, 70 years old with a bad back. Well, they're not children when they go on the raid because we have that turned off. But, you know, young adults. Alright, everyone get in there. Next way that you just checked apparently accidentally played Roamstead for nearly 7 hours today with your brother. No wonder you're starving and your back hurts. I mean, they're saying you're carrying your brother, but that's a little overt. Alright, give him a... So we're all the way on the left edge. Okay. You did carry him. It's a true curse of sibling energy. Alright, so we're gonna run up the edges. Cool. So that implies we don't have the big one nearby. Okay. Okay, anything cool on any of them? Nope, 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 nope. All garbage. We got loot over there. Yes, that's the only loot node we see so far. Okay, so we didn't see anything there. So grab you. You all chill there. Start running you over here. This is probably not the play. You hang out here to be ready to help. Okay, no alert over here. You get back over there. All right. And we got a shard. We'll pick that up. So what I'm doing right now is we're just systematically kind of going through this place, looking for whatever goodies we can find. And meanwhile, I've got Donkey Duff running around. And what Donkey Duff's trying to do right now is Donkey Duff is trying to see if we can get close enough to a wall where it's like, oh, hey, you hear something squirming on the other side. Because that would mean we found the boss. Okay. Squirming sounds. Alright. So squirming sounds, we heard them up here, so what we're going to do is go right here. And that's my warning that this area, the boss is probably up there. Maybe stop shooting so you don't drop that roof on us. Okay. Got some plasteel. A harbinger seed. Let's have you all run over here. You pick that up. You pick this up. Okay, because we also clear this out, we have less to worry about if I want to try and, like, really properly clean this area up. Because I got the numbers this time. An Archotech leg. Luxury buddy, you're going to carry that because that is yours. It belongs to you. Alright. So with this, we're starting to get the point of starvation. I don't think people brought food with them, I'm assuming. Oh, you did? Okay. Get back drafted up. Back to work. This area is huge. An Archotech arm as well? Okay, I think we grab what we can and we leave. because this is just straight up Christmas right now. Oh, no, don't just keep shooting. Oh, come on, I missed one of them. You shot off their pinky. Alright, so with that, we're going to go to this, exit undercove, every one of them. So we got probably a good, like, third or so of that. Well, the architect arm is probably going to, Canadian Hussy. So get everyone back in here. They'll all need time to eat, get some more meals made, all that. Okay, so you, best medicine, glitter world, operations, architect arm, left shoulder. And my best doctor is Celine, so we're going to have her take care of it. Then you, options, architect leg on the left side, glitter world as well. Did you already finish that? No. Don't fail it. I've given you everything you need to give yourself the best odds you can. Glitter world, hospital, nicely done. Next contestant. Like, we're burning a lot of good medicine for some architect parts here. But that'll help tremendously. Nice. You deserved that sleep. Go get it. And growth momentum, Burning Sun. Okay. So Burning Sun finally gets to choose a passion. Ooh, okay. Burning Sun, you've got options. So you're gonna get one more age up after this. I'm going to go and hope you get something else to go with us. I'm taking Very Neurotic, because I like Very Neurotic. It's a mixed bag, but 40% working speed, you get this in Industrious, and that pawn just turns out anything. Okay, so crafting, if we're gonna do that, shooting because it's generically good, and plants, because we desperately need a plants person. Okay, so schedule, alright, work. Burning Sun. You are now gonna be helping out with all that stuff. And congratulations on your promotion. More work is on in your future. Okay. Now, what are you upset about? Recreation unfulfilled. Yeah, so we just need to give them a minute to, as long as you get to keep your place. Well, obviously. We just gave you a passion in shooting. We handed you your gun and you're like, man, I don't know about this gun. And then you got to be 10-year-olds and you're like, you know what? I like this gun. This is something I wanna put more time into. Oh, you're probably still woozy from aesthetic. Promotional support flamethrower. Hey, man. It has a really big impact in your life. And the lives of those you're dealing with. Okay, so this still has like a 75% chance of a positive outcome. We're hoping for a master one, because we can get beset flipped ideology-wise. That'll help a lot. Okay. Change of plan. We got mechs. That's, could you stop? Could you stop? That's more than I want to deal with. Why are you so slow? Oh, right, crumbled mine. That's fair. Okay, so we're getting people into position as fast as we can. All of you, smash yourselves into that corner real fast. And this is going to get real spicy here. Pop that door and back off. Would you... Why are you attacking... What? Why are you attacking the non-existent door? Meanwhile, Donkey Duck, where are you? I desperately need you to be on that. Okay. So we're fine there. Are you aiming at me through the corner or not? Because I'm really... You shouldn't be allowed to do that. And I don't love that you just smashed a hole in the wall. Okay, so you got a pikeman down here that's on the loose. The rest are all mashed up here, which I don't love. Okay, you get on the Cyclops, you on that one. Get a little bit closer, you're friendly firing. That pikeman's loose and I don't like that. Okay, we're alright. One last pikeman coming in, no major injuries so far. Get him. Okay, so we got our injuries. We did take one piece of wall, got destroyed. You also destroyed one of the doors that I built forever ago for dealing with the Revenant that I don't actually care about. Okay, so you got a little boo-boo. You got a little boo-boo. How much damage? Ooh, actually, that's a pretty decent amount of damage. Alright. I can just tell them orders, paint building, repaint that wall. Well, that's interesting. It only listed 2 people with bruises. Well, the thing is, the good news is they all have just bruises. Like, no one actually even got shot there. The downside is that means I'm leaving the pit gate unattended, which is just begging it closer to us getting attacked. But that's fine, because you're probably still dealing with anesthetic. Yeah, so we'll want that to fall off. How are you? You shouldn't be out there. There you go. Yeah, so unfortunately that's the entire melee team injured again. And actually, well, it didn't look like it's that bad. They actually got a lot of damage. It's gonna take them a little while to heal. Which is always a risk, because I still have this thing. It's gonna spew out more enemies in not too long. Are you in good shape? Okay, so what do we want out of the high mate? So the high mate's got a bunch of things in here. Some of these negatives are really useful for me. So the negatives would be here. Very happy and kind instinct are all really good. Most of the other ones, like, there's a lot of neutral ones I don't care about in here. But ideally, I'd like to get some of these ones isolated. I would not complain about getting kind instinct or very happy, because we could start using those to... You should not be allowed to be out there. Oh, right. There's 2 tiles of home zone. Let's de-home zone this. That's going to cause problems. I home zoned it so they would repair stuff for me without having to make it a whole thing. Okay, Luxray's back up and ready. Alright. Major break risk on you because of... Oh, right, we have the moderate psychic drone going on, so I forgot about that, too. So you don't want that ship engine in the river? No, I'm not too worried about that. It won't get destroyed anyways. Like, if I get it, I get it. The components are a little bit of a bummer, but keep in mind I got like a pit gate and everything. I've got literally over 100 components. So we extracted high libido. I don't care about that one. Don't keep it. I believe that's our only non-baseliner. Yeah, we need the psychic drone to ease up. And everyone else is over their anesthetic from the Archotech limbs we got, because that was very generous. I'm a little concerned when we pop open the boss room, it is going to be absolutely awful. But we'll see when we get there. Yeah, those components are gone. The plasteel won't rot or anything. I believe we already have a shuttle engine, and like I said, they don't tend to steal it. If they do, I'm actually not fussed. They're not that hard to get. I also don't have the technology to use it yet, so that's not really a big deal either. Yeah, we're just giving you a chance to get their meals caught up, get the psychic drone through. What's up? Hospitality. Huh. Literally, it's like the highest rank you as the player can get. Someone wants to show up and have a room that qualifies. I would be willing to do this. I mean, even though it's not that big a deal. But, like, I would need... What do I even need for the bedroom? So I would need a bedroom that's 30 tiles with an impressiveness of 80, must have a royal bed, draperies, and everything. Needless to say, I can't make that happen. But as a streamer, how often do you try... do people try backseat sets despite the no backseating tag? It depends on the game. There's a lot of games that people are really good about not just backseating constantly. And then there are games that the backseating can be quite relentless. So it is very much that kind of thing, where it's very much a, it depends. So we still have the pit gate, which is being left undealt with, because we keep having one event after the other, which is not what you want. It's going to spew out more enemies at some point. Oh, okay, you just canceled skip abduction, maybe because there's no land to go to? Alright. That's curious. Let's reposition. I'm a little sketched about being that far out with what we've got. You all go here. You make sure that door stays open. I'm holding, I should be backing up just to be extra careful. But this is going pretty well. Okay, bio. Ascetic. Incapable of carrying all that. Kind. Oh, that one died. Where was the third one? Because... Wait, no, are you dead? Okay. I'm not sure if I keep the dirt mole long term. Hey, you know what? You're about to have a very unfortunate invitation into the colony, my friend. I'm gonna let that blood loss stack up a little bit before we start trying to bandage you. It's unlikely I'll be able to bandage this up in time. I'm not willing to risk trying to bandage them up out there, so I'm hoping we could get the bleeding to stop. Baseliner, baseliner. I can't get them all. Okay, so you got that one. For right now, we are going to set you to convert. Okay, so how are people doing? Sterile materials. So we'll go floors. Sterile floors in the hospital. In the lab. Don't worry about that later. Okay, how are you doing? Because we need to get in... Oh, you're basically at the edge of sleep. Alright, so what we're going to need to do is get all this sorted out. So one thing we can do here is insert... needs... Because this one's pregnant, we are not going to force them to stay. We are going to put them in there, gene extract them, and get them out of here. Never do hauling. Because this way, if we're lucky, the fast wound healing would be a really good one. Strong melee would also be good. Nearsighted I could work with as well. Toxic fallout. Why not? Disease malaria. Why not? Okay, so Luxray, we can go ahead and have you tag that. Okay, so everyone's got a really solid first tend. Well, most people have a really solid first tend. I need to go back and get the mod that puts a UI thing, so like people with disease, like he'll take that icon, it'll slowly turn from like green, like red to green, depending on if you're ahead or behind, just for the easier visibility. Can you paint the sterile tiles green? Yes, we'll just have to wait till it's done. And we got slow runner. Abso-freaking-lutely not. So you are at 13%, 11%. Hungry pen animals, I can't help you, man. Burning Sun is at 15%. Earth Rush Cody is at 17% and cannot be breach health. Well, that's sad. Why did you fall over? Oh. The Angry Pulse. Well, in that case, you stay. Sorry, man. I'd say I don't make the rules, but let's be honest, I really do. Let's get you back to your prison cell. So how are people doing? 23%, so you're leading by 5%, you're leading by 3%, you're leading by 7%, you're leading by a bunch. We're going to cut you down to the lower medicine. We don't have enough medicine to go around for everyone. We're going to completely exhaust our medicine before this is over, so... yeah, we keep you on the good medicine. You're kind of in the danger zone. You're on the lower medicine. You're going in the lower medicine because I only got 4 left. Go to our colony for meds? That's like a 5-day journey. This is done one way or the other long before we get there. Burning Sun? I really need you to go to bed, okay, kid? Because I'm only gonna get one go of the preach health, realistically, and I can't use it on the baby, unfortunately, because they're not considered as having an ideology. So you have the worst odds of winning this, but you also have the biggest lead. And as always, it's impacting almost all my doctors. Yeah, so our 10s are going to get a lot worse now because we're down to just a couple medicines, so I'm keeping the medicine for those who are the farthest behind. There's 2 medicine left. Well, not the farthest behind, the least ahead. Okay, so 15% ahead, almost 20% ahead, almost 20% ahead, also like 15. So baby's the one who's struggling the most. But it is 10% ahead because we did burn our medicine, like, didn't hesitate. It was like, okay, malaria, just get it gone. %, 17%, 13%. Cold snap. Look, dude, the crops are already dead. It's already toxic fallout. Calm down. You went flooding, toxic fallout, cold snap. I understand. You do not want me to have outdoor plants. It's fine. Okay. Still a solid lead. Still a solid lead. Just everyone's doing their best. This pit gate is gonna go off again any time now. We are like... We've been stuck in here for days between, what was it? 2 different attacking encounters. Because we had the hate raid people come in. We had, what was the other one? So we had the flesh things, we went to the pit, then we had the hate raid. We had the malaria just hit us. And it's just one of those things that's like keeping us from really being able to go in to keep the pressure on. So most likely we'll have the flesh beasts pop out sometime soon. Okay, you're gonna drop down to regular medicine. You got a really, really strong lead. I got 1 medicine left. So if someone starts losing ground, we can use 1 last medicine and a preach health. Seems like they'll all be fine. Why is Cassie more random than Randy? Well, it's Cassie has timers, and the issue you run into is some things are on the timers and some things aren't. So there's effectively a thing where it goes, okay, you can have a raid every N amount of time, and there's like a short end of where it can be and a long end of where it can be. And Cassie's got like the most predictable one of that. But then you have quests are not in that timer. If we trigger things on anomaly, that's not in that timer. And it is a point system with a lot of that. So you can actually have multiple instances on separate timers come up at the same time. Disease are on their entire own separate thing as well. It's one of the things that creates some of the flukiness in RimWorld, where like sometimes like you can have things that all kind of nice and come in their turns and all that stuff, and then other times you have where it just like literally just slams you one after the other without giving you any chance to recover. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and just as a precaution, we're going to preach health on you, because again, you do have a blood filtration penalty because you are dealing with stuff like asthma and all that kind of stuff going on. So I'm going to give you a little bit of nudge, because you're the one who's the farthest behind, like, not behind, you're ahead. You're the one with the smallest lead. We've only got 1 medicine left. Let's use the last medicine on you. Yeah, because at 13% tend, I think you're losing. Well, you're fine. You don't need the medicine. Because you're about maintaining at a 13% tend. But you already have about a 9 to 10% lead. And you already got your immunity. So just the last 3 here. And you're about to be immune. And you're about to be immune. So you're the only one who is like lagging behind, and it looks like you're going to be okay. It's also one of the reasons that, like, if you get the sickly trait, that it's so terrible, is sickly doesn't, like, it has its own thing it does on top of the normal stuff. So it's just one of those things that you can, like, very rapidly get a lot of diseases on the same person. Yeah, so you're solidly in the clear. And I'm pretty sure... Yeah, once you develop immunity, these all go pretty good. First, like, you'd see that's really awful right now. You love Super Immune? Oh yeah, Super Immune's a very solid trait. I don't go out of my way to get it, but like, if someone has it, I'm definitely going to consider that a pretty big bonus. Like, for something worth pursuing. And your breathing is a problem, your blood filtration is a problem. And what's your deal? Why are you upset? Because you're sick, you slept in the cold, and all that stuff. Fertility procedures. Hey, we got the basic GravTech ship came up. Okay, so by the time that Beset gets over their break, we should be good to go back in there, which again, we've already been out here way longer than we should. The good news, Luxray is getting some dedicated time to process the tree so we can hopefully get medicine coming back in here, because I got one singular piece of, I'm glad I remember that. One singular piece of medicine left in the entire colony. But we didn't lose anyone to the malaria. As a numbers reader said that originally sickly was a good trait because diseases were on a timer. So you had one sickly pawn, none of your pawns would ever get sick. I would be really dubious of that one. That does not sound right. Now it could be, like I don't know who we're talking about. It could be someone more knowledgeable than me, but I would as someone who's not looked into this deeper would be very suspicious of that being the case. If anything, RimWorld has a very significant tendency to put lots of things on your separate timers. It doesn't work anymore, it got patched out. Yeah, like I could see it being a bug, but usually it's one of those things like RimWorld mentioning, like I mentioned, putting everything on their own timers, which in a lot of ways tends to usually be a pain that makes things harder for you. Alright, if you could, like, get over it. Hypothermia on who? Seeking safe temperature. Turn that back on. One of these days we'll get complex clothing, and we won't have to, like, huddle by the generator for warmth. Okay, so Beset's back in action. Alright, we're just gonna go with this. This is about the best we're gonna get. So enter the gate. Same plan as last time. Everyone here except the pacifists and the kids. Oh, I forgot you're still here. I'll deal with you later. Alright. Then go down there, grab you. So I've already got some really good goodies out of here. We got an Architect leg, an Architect arm. Sometimes you get some stuff. Can you destroy all the bad walls in the pit and make it your base? So, yes and no. If we kill the main one, it rumbles. The ground shakes under your feet, and inhuman screams echoing the pit. Seems to be getting closer. Something will emerge soon. I don't care. I'm not gonna lie, I've never actually seen that message. What are those meat walls? It's just the flesh mass stuff, flesh beast things. So I'm assuming it's warning me that we're about to get attacked again. So, you know, if we're down here, get out. Flesh Beast Emergence, get ready. Oh, Cody. This is not your day, buddy. I'm gonna try to offer you what cover I can, but, gonna be real, you are way far the rest of the group. You do have flares. Of course you got hit by the nerve spiker. I think we have to commit the hold. Oh, this is gonna be real messy. All of you, shoot the ones in the back on the kids. Where'd your weapon go? Okay. Hey Baghdad, how's it going? Thanks so much for this 3-stream streak, I do appreciate it. Alright, let's look through. Other one's bleeding real bad. You have quite a few are pretty injured. Don't hunt me, Warg. I'm dealing with a thing. So we got about 2 seconds to get down there and do stuff before we had the emerging thing going on. Okay. Alright, so we need someone else than you. You have 5 hours. You have no immediate danger. You switch. You get in there. Please clean up the hospital. Okay, so you're in the clear. Yeah, so everyone should survive at least from a bleeding out standpoint. Yeah, and that was just unfortunate that we were down in there when that kicked off. And then unfortunately, because Cody Husky still has crumbling mind, they're just way slower. So when it came time to retreat, they just couldn't retreat fast enough, so we had to kind of hold our ground, which it went okay. But it definitely wasn't clean. And what are you upset about? Recreation depraved. Are you not scheduled recreation? You have recreation. Okay, I mean, I guess you're busy patching up a whole bunch of medical emergencies. Just trying to get in that pick gate to do anything. Like I said, I mean, basically all we did was we cleared like a tiny spot out there, and then we had to immediately turn and go back because of how long it had been between waves. Okay, well, everyone's up on their feet. Basic grav tech. Okay. Because basic grav tech, I could start going down here and building a grav ship of sorts down there. Also, like, make an anchor and shove it somewhere in our base. We'll see. Right now, I don't have the bandwidth to deal with any of that. Let's see. Wave should have brought the subsurface. I don't know what you mean. Guarding Ryan, we have a person with blood sickness. You would give me tree sowing and nutrient paste book if successful. I would need to keep them for 7 days. And we have no medicine. What could possibly go wrong? You're a prisoner. That's a-okay by me. So right now, go capture them real quick. Just get inside. You're in toxic fallout. Let's see, subboard pond needs recreation. Surfboard? Surfboard? I don't know what you're saying. Bob, you're saying words and I do not understand them. Alright, so chronophagy, because I got nothing better to do. So you go ahead and do this. And who is our oldest? So we got 30. So you're the oldest. Go ahead and grab that. And you. And you. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and de-age ourselves a little bit. And hopefully they recover quickly so we can get in there and actually get a proper chance to do some work. We're also going to run into problems because that warg is certainly hungry. It is the only creature remaining. So when we pop that door, it's probably going to hunt us, but if we have everyone there, they'll just pop them in seconds. Okay, so right now we're using Bio-Rock to try and get the fast healing and DH. Okay, so the good news is the toxic fallout went away. That's something. And how are you doing? Man, you got a ton of injuries. Alright, let's go deal with the warg. Okay, so Warg's dealt with. We take a little bit of risk here and let them out here to start working on our things. Because I can't have them just all cooped up, not able to really get stuff done while we wait for the pit gate to be in better shape to deal with it. Now, if we had armor, this wouldn't be nearly as bad, because between the fights, we wouldn't have nearly as much injuries to deal with each time. So that would help out a lot. But in the meantime, all we could do is, like, keep working, keep things moving. Heat stroke on Beset. Right, because those generators make a lot of heat. I forgot about that. Ghoul Infusion. Yeah, that's something I forgot about. Is these generators, when left underground, they do generate a decent amount of heat. Oh, the good news is I can actually go over here and remove a tile of roof. And I'll help a little bit by making it unroofed. Yeah, so it should bleed off that heat decently. It's also a thing what it could do now. Oh, I don't have air conditioning. If we get air conditioning, I could put an air conditioner here with the heat out there. And then put a door here and, like, wall that in. And you could use that to, like, cool off that area in there, and it'll basically use the AC to cool it, and it'll dump the heat out that way. There's also neat tricks you can do where I don't even need to remove the roof. I can put, like, ACs pointing this way. And again, put the door on the exhaust side. And then they should be able to, you know, just kind of vent their heat there. Because I remember there's lots of tricks for making, like, air conditioners underneath a mountain that still work, even though they probably really shouldn't. Alright, how much longer on you two? Still 4 damage for your worst piece. And you look like you're at 3 damage for your... Well, no, that's a 6 damage. And we'll need to get in there and get some work done. Honestly, pretty soon I should just pop this thing. We're being pretty greedy, but we're also being kind of rewarded for our greed, so you know. It's fine. Okay, so Burning Sun's got 3 years till they grow up. You've got 2. And both of you have 2 years till... 2 seasons, sorry. Till they, become toddlers. Got a wedding going on. Yeah, because even if I only get fast healing, it will reduce the amount of time we have to spend between fights. So with stuff like this or the heart, where it's more like a fight of attrition a lot of times, it means you can stick in there longer to win the fight of attrition. Okay. You gotta be getting close. 1 more point of damage there, and you're good. The 1 point damage there. 3 on those. We still have moving of 95%, so I think you're living with it. Alright, get in the hole. Same deal. Everyone in but the children. Alright. Yeah, I think pretty soon we should just finish this thing out. Yeah, we used the mech serum to bring back Mohan Rai. The only character we had died so far. Let's go over to this plan as well and just make that smaller. Okay. Okay, that's just the bulb freak. Oh, there's so many of them down here. Okay. That's a little concerning if there's that many of them. Oh, I forgot that was going on. I was like, who converted who and the what now? Okay. So, I'm assuming everyone's badly injured again. Because of course they are. To be fair, that was a lot of bulb freaks. There was 4 of them back there. I think you're gonna make it back without some assistance. That's gonna have to wait. Just for a minute. That's good enough. Get back home. Okay, so the problem is all of our melee are still pretty thrashed. So I need to take a minute to patch people up. We are just gonna have to fight it. Basset, I need you to drop back, man. Because right now, fighting that, there's a very good chance one of our melee dies. Oh, come on. Okay. So you don't have any... Use your last medicine. We're gonna have to deal with that soon. Please, for the love of everything, get that person tended. Really big tend. That's really big tend and preach health. Soon as Luxray can stand, injuries or not, we gotta go. Because for those who don't know, those nests will duplicate. And if you ever let them start getting ahead of you, it is just completely a one-way street. Yeah, I'm just hoping you live long enough to put it to use, because, I don't care about that at all right now. Alright, all three of you, get over here. Range team and children, literally anyone who can help. We got a really, really nasty, well, not really nasty, but an infestation here, but we cannot leave it. So this is the Flesh Beast trashed us pretty badly because we did have a pretty significant engagement. Get in position. Oh, they coming. Don't care about the furniture. The furniture can get destroyed. Okay, there's one over there. What does the flare do? It stuns. It's an anomaly item. Alright, Luxray isn't going to get anywhere. You just go ahead and make sure the things that we knock down stay knocked down. Yeah, you two actually get out of here. Alright. Okay, so everyone should be good to go. And how are you doing with your infection? You're doing okay considering we kicked that off and I immediately told you get out of bed and ran you out in the middle of nowhere. Alright, so structure. Rebuild the walls that all got destroyed. Put your lights back up. Get all started. There's one more egg. I see it now. Cool. And there's just the one rat up there. Missing wall across the hall? Yeah. We can do that. But yeah, no, the flares will stun most enemies for just a second or two. They also provide light, so if you're dealing with darkness, the flares will give you light, which means you won't take the penalty for darkness. They'll also reveal invisible enemies for like anomaly kind of stuff. So there's a lot of good stuff they have there. Honestly, considering we jumped into that while all of our melee people were still half dead from the last fight, it's surprising that we didn't lose any limbs or any people. Just cannot catch a break. And I do have one enemy on the loose down here. But yeah, there was 4 of the big guys back there. Like, there's probably a lot more goodies down here. It's always just a risk to take your time to fight through it all. Solar panel, don't care. Great bow, don't care. Who is our cook? We do have you set up to butcher bugs, right? Yeah, butcher animals, all of them. We just need time for people to process food and all that. Okay. So rebuilding all that in the back. allow the door again so I can get back to work on all that. Okay, so you're about to be past your infection. Okay. So your family has a 14-year-old cat who was born feral and has always been shy, skittish because he barely got socialized with human in time. He's warmed up a bit over the years, but the last few months, we've had to start grooming him because he isn't doing a good job anymore. We thought that might make him upset. He loves it. Well, nice. That's good news. Yeah, so now this room's just a little warm. So now you're brushing his fur and he grabbed your free hand with his forepaws and dragged it to his mouth and started counter grooming. Neat. That's adorable. Alright, how are you doing? You're getting there. Yeesh. Luxray about lost the other leg there. Apparently the grooming made him go, oh, they're really colony mates. And now he's a lot more affectionate and relaxed. Gotcha. That's good news. Yeah, so Luxray about lost their right leg to go with the left leg. Grapo done. Standard Gravtech. So I haven't had a chance to do any of the Grav ship. We just got back-to-back Gravtech stuff, which is fine. Because... yes, oh right, they moved the Grav anchor earlier. It used to be later. Right. So we could actually get the Grav anchor and start working on the ship once the pit gate and our immediate fires are dealt with. Yeah, so you're about to be back in action. Luxray's going to be out of action for a while longer. I don't like the idea of going down, missing one of my... I mean... it's probably okay. By the time Server Lord's healed and they've had a chance to eat and sleep and all that, Luxray should be mostly in order. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Yeah, we can do a chronophagy, and then we'll go back in. You're probably getting due for your next... oh no, you still got more time for your genes. And check out Azrael, good old Forza Horizon streamer. Actually, simulation streamer, but has been playing a lot of Forza Horizon recently. But plays a lot of simulation, a lot of similar stuff to what we play here. When it comes to, like, the simulation side of things, when we break out, like, you know, American Truck Sim, Roadcraft, that kind of stuff, does that as well. If you like that kind of stuff, you can find it over there. So, all that good stuff. Not too bad. Off volunteering soon. You'll be playing something different on Monday, actually. I don't know, that doesn't sound true. I'm suspicious of that claim. Nah, I gotcha. Like, you had a little binger. I do the same thing, where I'm just like, I'm into this game right now, and all of you are at that, are just gonna have to deal with that. Oh, I never set you up. So, do until you have one helmet of at least 80% quality, or 80%. And then longsword, do until you have one, and I want you to only make it out of bioferrite. Because that'll be a massive upgrade. Okay, so chronophagy. Alright, so you're at 21, 29. So I think 29 is the oldest we've got. So if we use this on you, it'll actually knock you down. Let's see if this will cure your blindness. You're being forced to. Your chat is making you play, or now making you play racing or iRacing. Gotcha. I've heard good things about that. So the hope here is or you weren't. Yeah, you had blindness, which was actually from dying, but and being resurrection. But blindness is considered an age-related condition. So my hope is by knocking this person back to being a teenager, we will revert the blindness. It did not. I figured that was the case because the blindness wasn't caused by age, but still. But just task in RimWorld, this game is daunting to you, you swear? It's tenuous. We've got this pit gate with awful things down below. But we keep getting other things that keep hurting us, that keep us from being able to, like, make a proper move on it. Now, that said, for, you, we can cure your asthma, because that was considered age-related. But now the problem is, because we've reduced this person's age to being below 18, I believe they take a maximum hit point reduction because they're considered a teenager now. They're like a kid. How close are you to being maxed out? You're within 1, that's good enough. Alright, enter pit gate, same plan. Everyone but the children. Get into the murder hole. The catch here is there is an enemy. Luckily, it's way down there right now. So we can hopefully get people in a position to kill it without taking much, if any, injuries. And then the boss, I think, is in this area. Yeah, generally, RimWorld doesn't have bosses or stuff like that most of the time, but this is kind of a unique place. Alright, let's play this a little on the safe side. Range team, bunch up back here. Melee team. Just don't do anything right, don't worry about it. It's not you, it's me. And start shooting that. Okay, don't shoot that wall up there. We got the squirming sounds from that wall, so the boss should be behind that wall. Okay. Alright, so minor hit on you. Alright. So you can all run up here. Move you back here. And then while this is going on, you're the one who took the hit? How about we just have you give them a quick little bandage while we wait. Okay, so let's move you all forward. You all forward. And what do we get in that? We get a corpse. Fun. Okay, like I said, I'm pretty sure the boss is in here. Let's pop over here and drop in behind there. Okay, let's run over here. We might be finishing up when we can get out. So you know RimWorld's warning system that generating 100% world coverage would take a long time has always made you snort. You remember generating a new map in like 7 days to die and taking 45 minutes? RimWorld has never taken that long. Yeah. There's definitely games that were far worse. Alright, we're getting pretty close to the point where we're going to pop the boss because... not a lot more room for me to find stuff in. We got a lot of goodies out of this one. Okay, so I think it's time to like go poke the boss. Let's run down here. How's everyone doing? You're basically about to be fully healed, and you have one minor hit. Now one thing, I don't have any choke points, which is a little bit of a mistake, but I might be able to work it by just shoving her back against that wall, and then just not letting the big boss be able to overwhelm us by the fact that we can just retreat to the wall, and that's fine. Server Lord and Celine for the win. Thought it would best that we see other people and are no longer in a relationship. Okay, so it's gonna be immediate. So let's drop the flare immediately on this thing. And like I said, I think the plan is gonna be mash ourselves as hard as possible into that back corner. At least it's just me and it. We're holding as best we can, but it is a lot of badness going on right now. Okay. Alright. We have survived. It is a mess. It is a real big mess. So who's in a medical emergency? 7 hours, 7 hours, 7 hours, 6 hours, 5 hours. Alright, so what we're going to try and do is we're going to go to exit the cave, grab everyone, grab the shards, grab your weapons, and nothing else. Don't worry about food. Get out of here. Because the whole thing comes down in 9 hours. So basically, we're hucking everything up to the surface. Where are you going? What are you after? Don't go swimming! Why? Why would you go swimming right now? Okay. So now that we're not immediately going to die, start rescuing people. What? Why would you leave everyone behind? Alright, I think we're doing like some field triage here. Alright, who is in the most immediate need? Five hours on you. You're one of my best doctors. You go ahead and get on to patching up Shaw. You, meanwhile, haul the gun back. You haul that sword back. You haul that sword back. There's a very good chance not everyone makes it out of this. It's a lot of bleeding we're trying to deal with here. Alright, get them out of here. Oh, 3 and 4 hours? Oh, this is bad. Okay, why are you asleep? Okay. You get on to tending to Luxray immediately. You get on to tending them. You keep carrying the others. Maybe you don't go over to the Cougar. Maybe you don't worry about the weapons at all. Can you doctor? You can doctor. Medical emergency on Bassett is already being treated. So you are going to haul the shotgun. You are now tending to this person. New plan. Can you doctor at all? You cannot, so keep carrying them. You can't do anything to help patch up people. Same deal, drop you, start patching them immediately. This is gonna be real tight. You can doctor? You can doctor. Okay, alright. So, Burning Sun. Do your best. You just go to bed. You can't do anything here. We have 3 separate medical emergencies happening at the same time. Or 4 medical emergencies at the same time. Oh, this is those 2. I don't think we are gonna handle it. You bought 10 hours. New plan. Just start running over there to support. Don't worry about carrying. We don't have time. Get your tent. Royal Tribute Collector. Bandage me, fools! You're trying your best. Okay, Luxray's basically in the clear here. So take you off, rescue Bassett. You're rescuing... I don't care what you do right now. These are all, like, on the fence. It's good enough. Rescue. Just need to get them away before that cougar or the wolverine goes after them. New plan? Start tending this one? Because Celine just had a break. Luckily, we were standing right over the body. Disease, infection, 0 shocker on that one. Right now, Burn and Sun's just desperately trying to keep the blood in the body. Okay, you switch to rescuing. That person, you switch to tending. Okay, you've got that one. Go save Luxray. Go rescue Bassett. Yeah, no, you definitely patched a bunch of holes. You just got a lot done, and it's like when it got down to like the last 1 or 2, it's like, okay, we've got a better doctor on hand. Just let them take care of it. You did the triage. You kept them from dying immediately. Okay, get that one. Why do you need a rescue? Of course. We'll deal with that in a minute. We're already dealing with that. No sleep yet. Other things to deal with. Don't worry about reloading your stuff. You're still being rescued. Five medical emergencies going on. Let's just go ahead. Add to the stack. They've got more time, so switch targets to them. Well, the good news, we did get a little bit of medicine. Okay, you're tending to Luxray. Oh, starvation on like everyone. So you're feeding people. You're tending. You're gonna eat a meal real fast. No rest. Feed people. Nope. Keep feeding people. They will die of stuff, like they will die with that much blood loss if they go into malnutrition. Nope. No bed yet. Keep feeding people. Alright, you collapse due to exhaustion. Next doctor up. Got the infection covered. I did bandage the infection because there's only one I saw. But right now we're still trying to patch up all the... Oh, come on. That's another infection. I'll have to deal with that in a minute. Just jump on it. Monrai is really badly injured. Okay, what's the situation? No one's marked as starving. Let's go through, because we managed to keep everyone from bleeding out. So you are losing to your infection on Luxray. You're fine. You are massively losing to your infection on Server Lord. Shaw's fine, Basette's fine, Mohanrai's fine. So Server Lord, we don't have any good medicine, but if there happens to be some that I've overlooked somewhere. So Luxray's pretty early on, has more time to catch up, potentially. Server Lord, on the other hand, has already lost a lot of ground. There is the possibility... Where's Luxray's? Okay, so they're both on legs. So worst case, we could try and go for a leg pop-off. So what I'm going to do is we only got one Preach Health available. That's going to go, and we're going to slam that on Server Lord real fast. And hope for the best. Starvation on you. You're already eating. Someone who can't do much in the way of doctoring, go get the hospital. Get that tidied up. Okay, Luxray's hungry. Go feed Luxray. Feed Donkey Duff. Feed Shaw. Why are you out of bed? Well, you don't have an infection, so just do what you want, I guess. Okay, Mohanrai is already doing something with you. You're tending. What is your... No, you're not tending. You're absolutely not tending. Yeah, no, we left the weapons. I just don't have time to deal with that. Oh. Okay, you can't doctor, so... Get this person out of here. I don't remember what we're doing that for, but I'm hoping it's Glitter World, and I don't think it is. Big tend, big tend, big tend. 69% is a solid tend. With the preach health and that, you should be okay. And then the other concern was Luxray. Luxray is still catching up. Yep, solid 69%. Okay. Checking everyone. You're fed. You're fed. You can't eat yet. Everyone else is fine. So Cody will never do hauling, because of course not. Sure. Do your best while the dangerous things are asleep. All the weapons over there, literally all of our weapons are just laying over here. Yeah, so you need to catch up a little bit more. But you're basically in the clear as long as we keep you fed. So it's pretty much Luxray who's the one we gotta worry about now. I believe, yeah. So Apples is our best doctor who's not a problem because Mohan Ryan is good but has gone blind due to being resurrected. So actually, with that said, at this stage, take you off of doctoring. Because you're going to unintentionally sabotage. Okay, you're my best bet right now. Get to that tend. We'll see a nice big tend. Real big tend. Give me a good, like, 75 plus. I'll settle for, like, 50 or more. Come on. 59, you know what? I'll take it. I would have liked more, but there certainly could be worse. I'm not dealing with any of this. Oh, did you get this person out of here? What's going on? Oh, did I interrupt you? Please deliver them to the shuttle. You need to grab that and don't come back for the rest. Because a lot of hungry animals are ready to rock and roll. You fed them? I did. They'll be needing feeding again soon. Alright, so you're solidly in the clear. Luxray here. You are looking like you're going to catch up. So the guy you meant? Oh, I chose to feed them? I'm just kind of sitting there, like, dealing with too much. Oh, you can't haul people. So you're good. You have 10 hours to your next treatment. Alright, so Shaw. Grab the chain shotgun. Donkey Duff should be in the clear of death. Grab a knife. And then Beset. There's a submachine gun. One right. We got all our unique weapons. What were you equipped with gun-wise? A bolt action, right? No. What the hell did you have weapon-wise? Assault rifle? No, we have the assault rifle. Oh, I bet you it's on the way here. You probably were carrying someone back and got downed and dropped your gun. Yeah, because there's the only gun down there, which is already being grabbed by someone. I'll figure it out later. Oh, there it is. There it is. So you're doing that. Go ahead and grab your nerve spiker. So you're just solidly in the clear. So the only one left to worry about is Luxray. They do have the tiniest microscopic lead on their infection. Did I see you get out of bed? Get the hell back in bed, Luxray. Let someone who's not actively in the process of dying deal with this. And thank you for the follow. Go to stream. Oh, actually, don't go out there. You're hungry. Eat some food. And then go out and grab your sword. I got distracted with everything else. I had them sitting in the ship, and they died from their blood rot. It was the guest. Not one of my colonists, but the guest. Just juggling too many things. Have you ever executed a pawn for doing something annoying? No, not really. To be fair, the only thing I was gaining from that was standings, if I remember correctly. So all things considered, if one of them was going to die, that was the one to allow dying. Go to bed. No, don't play games. Go to bed. Oh, 10 quality. Okay, I was reading the 10 quality, but like, wait, how did I lose a whole bunch of ground? I don't understand. Okay, 10 quality. So, you are my best doctor we have in the whole place. Get on it. Honestly, all this heal route we got because you've been cutting that plank came in clutch. Ah, yeah, nice 70%. I guess might as well turn that down. There's no other medicine to use. Medical emergency on Luxray because of your infection. You do have about a 4% lead, though. At this point, we've grabbed all the weapons that were left on the ground. What are you standing on? Bioferry, that's fine. I can just sit out there until I'm ready for it. Stop playing games, go to bed. Oh yeah, pretty much. Okay, so it looks like everyone's going to survive. Did anyone lose any limbs or anything? I wasn't watching on that regard. I was just like, oh my god, all the infections, all this. We got a lot of injured people and a lot of blood loss. But barring some upset, it does look like everyone's going to pull through. Which is honestly surprising with how messy things got in the end there. And everyone's got their weapons back. Probably people shuffled around, but I don't really care about that part of it. Oh yeah, and that's the whole thing. I would love for the game to be like, hey man, here's some flak armor. Be like, yes, all of it, please. Because we just don't have, like, we don't even have the machining table. We haven't gotten that far. We don't have complex clothing even. So we are hodgepodge whatever armor we can scrounge. Okay, you on the clear then, Luxray? Yeah. Where is your uranium spear? Actually, you know what, Luxray? I think you've earned yourself the first of the bioferrite longswords. Right, didn't make Looky used to the card salesman concrete guarantee. Once that chip left the concrete, guaranteed over. Alright, and what do you got going on? Okay. So, we're about to chuck you into the machine to get more genes. Everyone is unrestricted again. We'll definitely want to kill the cougar and the badger so that the kids aren't hunted by them. But for right now, let's just have a minute of no chaos. Where everything goes completely smoothly and Cassandra doesn't immediately hear that and screw us over. Yeah, so 3, 2, 1. Pretty much. How am I doing on time, by the way? Alright, so you're good. So insert you right back into the machine. Because we want the fast healing off Biorock. Nearsighted would also be acceptable, as would the melee. Because we look at this, I don't care about great mining. Oh yeah, intense UV sensitivity would also be good. So this I want, this I want, this I want, that I want, that I don't want, that it's not bad, but I'm not going to use it. Even on our mining person, I don't care that much. We can take our time mining, it's fine. And how's our power? We have 800 spare power. I mean, put the thing for slag and start processing that because we're starting to get bits of chunks of slag everywhere. Oh, did the Wolverine nope out? Oh, good. The Wolverine just noped out. Do you have any toxic buildup? No. Okay, that's fine. Well, I'm glad we built the hospital and we gave it sterile floors and all that. Psychic agony. Did we ever sort out the... Yeah, no, if we still had Grey Flesh going on, we would have been dead a long time ago. It ended up being Canadian Husky when, she was still a child. She brought it in with her. Or he brought it in with him. Which is why they have the Archotech arm, is when the Metal Horror popped out, it ripped her arm off. Their arm off. You know where I'm going with this. It was bad. The little feeble childish arms. Did I? Oh yeah, no, we had some people who got some points. We did a prediction, and there were some people who cashed in some serious points in that, because there was only like 8% or something like that, or 7% of people went for it. Everyone else went for the other two. So the people who took the long odds, they did well on that one. You had to go so you'd missing the payout? I believe if you put in the prediction, I think you still get the points so long as, you know, you did enter the Gamba. I'm pretty sure you don't have to be there for the payout. I could be wrong. Alright. So baby has malnutrition. Oh, okay. Alright, we got a problem. Donkey Duff. I need to stop what you're doing and repair the stove. Alright, and now that means I need you. Who's one of my cooks? You. Go make the baby food now. Yeah, why can you not... Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. I was like, being like, why can you not make the... Why can't you make the baby food? Baby can eat insect jelly? I don't see insect jelly listed here anymore. I'm a little confused as to why we can't cook, because there are mushrooms. Okay, there we go. It just needed a moment to update. Cook, 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 cook. We have a starving baby. Probably shouldn't have had you doing this, but that's okay. You're already committed. Alright. Somebody feed the baby. Cool, you're on it. That's all we needed. We don't need baby starving today. Because that would be big sad. Alright, so people are finally getting fully healed. We get Bassett and Mohan Rai are the ones that are still there. Mohan Rai is maxed. Okay, so both of them are maxed, so it doesn't matter. Alright, so here we're gonna go build, do smelt slag forever. Smelt weapon, do forever. If our weapon is not ranged or whatever, well, we'll start with this. Or if it's bio-coded, just smelt it. Not unique because I'd rather keep those. Alright, so smelt weapon, do forever. If it is... So not unique. Alright. Not if it is a long sword or a spear for now. Or EMP grenades. A beam repeater, a bolt action, a chain shotgun, a lance, charge. Heavy. Consider. Basically, I'm grabbing all the guns. I'm like, you know what? If we have those, please let me hold on to them. And then no uniques. So basically, all this junk I wouldn't potentially want. Make sure I do that right. Double checked. Yep, cool. And then smelt apparel. Do forever if it is not clean. And we can leave it at that for now. Mom probably can't feed baby because I think both of them didn't feed long enough that it fell off. Yeah, both of them hadn't fed them in so long it fell off. Because they usually have everyone but mom on urgent. Because when mom feeds, then they get super duper hungry super duper fast. It becomes a whole big headache. Smelting assault rifles? Did I have it set there? Well, this is the... What? There. Thank you for catching that, because that would have been deeply upsetting. Oh, are you still assigned to do that? Here, you can do it if you want. You probably do. Have that. Okay, so I was not paying attention to what we got out of there. UV vulnerability plus what? Because UV vulnerability is good. And strong melee. Alright. I can work with that. That's not a terrible combo. Meanwhile, how are you doing at hunger? Let's have you eat a meal. And then begin Unworthy Jubilee. And we need to actually get someone the leader role. I don't remember what even happened with all that, where we... Oh, right, we're going to make Mohan Rai have it. But then they died. And we can't do it yet till they're converted. There's that. Begin conversion ritual. Alright, let's just have a masterful one, alright? We just have a masterful outcome. We would be just able to get this done right now. Do it. I can live with effective. Is there someone else we would rather... So you're a moral guide. Colleen, or... You are the one dealing with that. Basset could do it. Basset would be a good choice for our leader. Once they're converted. Okay, yeah, so Basset's probably the one we want. Oh, Rare Thrumbo. Join us. But first, Chronophagy. Pop on in. So 21, 29, 30. Alright, so I can actually toss you in. You're technically 16. It would knock you down just a year or two, but cure your asthma. Let's do it. So it's only going to go down 3 years, because that's the youngest we can go, which does kind of suck in this particular case. But we did get asthma as an age-related thing, so we're doing this to cure the asthma. That's not the right person. Okay. We're putting it to the wrong person. Don't use chanters? Yeah, I probably shouldn't have. That was the wrong person. Who are we looking for? It was you. You're the one who got asthma from that. Do this correctly. So 25. That would make you 20. That'd make you 19. Alright. That'll do. Because you have the asthma that you got because of age. You turned 23 and it goes, you have asthma now because you're old. It's like, come on, RimWorld, calm down. Because usually if it's an age-induced thing... Alright, so it did not take it away. I was curious if it would, because it was age that gave us asthma. Why is your battery dead? You're at a slight deficit on power. Go and toggle that for right now. Okay, and Luxray is almost healed up after all that. Oh, did you already get gene extracted? Because for the high mate, very happy, kind instinct, and then all these negatives down here we would love. The great social's fine, I probably won't use it, but taking these negatives would be really good for me. The kind instinct and very happy can be good fillers if I just want to balance things out, like if I have some spare points. Because I usually find I'll just keep hunger at 100%. I find taking the time to go out of my way to lower hunger doesn't actually tend to be that useful overall. Okay, I've been holding off doing this. Oh, never mind, you're pulling it all up now. Okay, I was about to be like, I've been holding off doing that, but we probably just need more growing people, not anything else. And it's good seeing, like, all the walls getting close to being done smoothing out. A lot of the rest of this is getting all done. The thing we're missing is we are missing the complex clothing would be a big one. Violence disabled psychic bonding. That's gonna be a no on that one. Then you just start using it on every enemy and sending them on their way. And so all the enemy factions are all like non-violent and they're all psychically bonded. I don't think it even... Well, I mean, okay. So, I've never actually forcefully gene implanted people and released them. The assumption would be they would come back as your gene implanted whatever one. It'd be a colossal waste of time and effort. But it is a curiosity. Inspired taming on Luxray, but you do not have nearly high enough animals to tame Thrumbos, unfortunately. So for chronophagi to cure something, you have to get them below the minimum age of the disease. And asthma's below adulthood. I see. And then start chipping away at this to see if we can't open this spot up for a shuttle spot. I don't know if there's going to be heavy roof over the whole thing or not. What we're watching for is when you look at this, light green roof we can work with. Dark green roof, deal breaker. I think this will have enough space that I can put a shuttle spot right there. I see you, social thought. Congratulations. Well, I think it's safe to assume we don't have res psychosis coming. So we did get our person back. So we're probably on the lookout for getting up to the bionics. So that way we can start replacing eyes and arms and all sorts of garbage. Or if we get lucky and get an unnatural healer. Game, please. If we get ourselves an unnatural healer, then we have the benefit of being able to just go like unnatural healing and just spam it on people. Oh, was the thing we were going for was the book with tree sewing in it? I think that was what the we were keeping the person for, was a book with tree sewing and something else. They didn't care about what the other one was, but it's like tree sewing, okay, we can make these into tree, like one of these at least, into a tree field while we waited. Because right now I'm just letting them go wild so that we get the occasional tree and all that. Because I don't really need more mushroom grow area. I probably should get more mushroom grow area going soon. Yeah, it's the high libido gene pack, rotted, don't care. Pods and insects. So it'd be an infestation of 4 hives. Plastile's always nice. That's a pretty big stack of silver, which is always good. And it'll give me 2 cataphract. That's definitely a completely doable fight. Like that's not a big one. Depending on what room, like if it drops to one of these rooms, it might trash all my stuff. I honestly feel like we have more to lose if it like targets this room. They're gonna trash all this stuff before we deal with it. Okay, cool. That's telling me how to get Vaxstone, which I don't care about. Because like I said, the plasteel will be fine, but that's not that hard of a thing for me to get a hold of. Tome, I think good? I literally will never use the tomes. Because all those tomes, they just give you the stuff that's here. And research is super easy to get. So it is one of those things I don't see any value in pursuing the tomes. Because the problem with the tomes is you just have an RNG chance every time you read it that you have a break. Alright, there's a baby on the way yet again. Yeah, no, we could do that. I mean, we're getting like 8 years or something per round. I'm not too fussed. Yeah, it's burning a little more bioferrite than I probably need to. But I also don't need to drag us down. I mean, honestly, we're getting pretty close to the point that I might do it like one more time to knock down our 30-year-old. And then probably not sweat it at all for a while. I'm partly doing this because if we go and knock this brain down really low, Flesh Beast attack. If we knock the brain down quite a bit, it makes it much easier to deal with Prisoner, because they can barely do anything. We should probably make a better defensive position. We've been getting away with basically just, you know, attack stuff on its way in, drop to a choke point, and that works. Maybe not right now, Canadian? You know, to split it before it got in on us. All right. How much do you give? That's 2 per day. All right. I was hoping to wait for more uranium. So what injuries do we take? Luxray got some bleeds on them. And Servalor got some bleeds on them. You had previous injuries, and actually, Kira Liz caught a shot. Are you out nature running while also bleeding from your kidney? Go to bed. Luxray never gets a chance to take care of that poor tree. Okay, so let's have you try and capture that and bring us in just a little bit more bioferrite per day. Because then it won't be too much longer till I can slap down a second one of these. Alright. So that's just giving us another one. Probably should go in here, actually. And expand this with the intent of keeping a bunch more stuff down here. So for right now, we'll chuck those down to make area available. We'll want to add lights and all that kind of garbage. Okay. Yeah, so now we got a bunch of roof open. So I do think realistically I could slap down a second one of these to get our power properly locked in. Disease infection, come on, Luxray. It was one minor little oopsie boopsie. You got one little tiny little nipped toesy. It's a decent tend. Because the big thing about that is means Luxray gets to lay there and we don't get more medicine because our Dryad's not being taken care of. If we got a second Dryad, I would just put it on someone else and hopefully get a second person going. Because Burning Sun, I believe, got the passion for planting. Yeah, so we are starting to work you up there. So over time, you're going to take that over away from Luxray. So Luxray can work on other things like crafting. Okay, so right now I can just do this, which is boost melee but cause you to be vulnerable to UV. Probably do some of that later, but we'll worry about that when we get there. All right. Yeah, so we still get 110 components laying around. We have the ship engine from earlier. I think we probably have like 3 or 4 ship engines by now. We're low on baby food, which is worked on. We're low on regular meals, which is being worked on. Honestly, we might be getting to the point where it's time to turn these into grow rooms, because I keep seeing... Well, I mean, these aren't being planted. So that's kind of the problem there. Is between Burning Sun being a child, so they don't full-time, you know, grow, and then Luxray being in a perpetual state of injury because we're getting into the mid to late game without armor. So the raids are constantly causing us injuries. And the alpaca population's growing. Yeah, I do think it is time to go over here and go... Nutrient fungus. Alright, we'll also add you, because I see that this is set to be smooth. Oh, we also don't have a light on that wall. There we go. Okay. That's all just gonna take time. Get all the mushroom farms sorted out. We do have hydroponics. If I build another one of these, I could put up a hydroponics room. Which would be good, because that would keep me from having to run out here and dealing with this crap constantly. I'm debating whether or not I want to just cancel the fiber corn entirely. Tell them don't worry about it. Yeah, because if we did our furniture... It just so happens those are the right size there. But what I could do... This is probably not the right thing. There's the 11 by 11. Oh, that's one tile too high. I was like, why does this look wrong? Okay, and then we can do here. So we can bring that all the way over. And now we've got a couple different routes that now when we're dealing with threats, we'd have a way that we can drop through and all that stuff. Hey, Serverlord, how's it going? But yeah, so you can make this into like an actual hydroponics room. Put ourselves a second generator there, get some more bioferrite going there. That would let me reliably grow like a little bit of cotton, a little bit of dye, just a couple like things in small quantities to supplement our mushroom supply. But those things are pretty power hungry. We do have to be careful because if I require too much bioferrite, that we start going ahead. But one, this room will eventually get to the point where I won't be able to keep it cooled without a pretty big cost. Psychic Agony, that's fine. Yeah, CB 100 bioferrite, let's wait a minute on that. Yeah, we got their weapons back. Okay, there's the next bioferrite longsword. Medical emergency on Luxray, who is luckily in the clear on this. I wasn't watching. You can hear Terraria music? I mean, if you're playing Terraria, because this is RimWorld music. You don't know if it's a similar music, but it's good. I wouldn't say they're appreciably similar. It's like they'd be like in the same kind of overlap of like genre, game, whatever, that kind of thing. So Burning Sun has got probably a season and a half to you age up. You age up in about a season. And you both have a season to you age up. Invisible creature detected. Let's get ready to rock. You want to do this? Come to the den. I can't remember if you can hypnotize babies. I feel like they were able to do that. Well, both the babies are there, so okay. Slight adjustment. Let's get ready to rock. Everyone... I'm not gonna try and use the baby as the bait. I was more worried I was gonna go to that corner over. I was gonna go to this corner over here, and it's just gonna come hypnotize the baby and walk away, and it'd be like, oh, never mind. All right, you need to get over here as well. That door is left open. I can't use that to tell. It's not good. Okay, Sight Stealers. Alright, so close the door. Well, that's the thing, we didn't know what it was. So we want to close that door. The good news is we had the proximity warning. So let's switch everyone to Area 1, which keeps them from going too far this way. And also, before I forget, we have some dangerous animals out here that really need to die. Yeah, one's all the way over there. Good enough. I just need to keep them pushed away so that they don't come after me then. Major break risk on you because no recent conquest and we haven't finished converting you. Chronophagy. Alright, because we had one that was still 30. Grab you. Grab you. Grab you. Making sure I didn't miss anyone who's picked up anything along the way. Alright. So with this, as long as we keep that sensor there, that's the idea, is we didn't know which was it, whether it was a Revenant or a Sight Stealer. So we got the Sight Stealer event. They're going to do multiple waves, but that's fine. Basically, we see that pop, we run everyone into the choke point, and we just start shooting. Does the alert thing provide a notification? Not one that pauses the game, but it does, you know, be like proximity detector, you know, detected something invisible or something like that. But it does put like a little notification. It's a thing you can miss, but it does play a sound and do that. It just doesn't pause or anything of that nature. Alright. So everyone is in their 20s or younger now. Okay, we getting a... Okay, so we're getting decent alpaca wool. So how many alpaca do we have? Alright. Let's say we have a maximum... 6 alpaca. Not... Actually, not quite that few. 8 alpaca. And the reason I'm saying that is we have a pretty confined space here. And they are eating our food as well. I do want the wool, but they're very inefficient when it comes to, like, turning vegetables into meat. They work, but, like, the return on investment is pretty bad. But the reason I'm keeping them is they're pack animals, so you can caravan with them, and they give us alpaca wool. So when it comes to time for me to make clothing, I can make really good alpaca clothing. Oh, we got bioferrite refining. We're gonna end up needing to have ourselves an additional production area. So I'm wondering if I want to put cattywampus. I probably don't, because eventually this might have to turn into a defensive line. I didn't really give myself a good place by the storage for production room. Honestly, it's probably fine. What I'm debating is, do I want to just tunnel straight over and then move the furniture around? Which I think we will. Oh, don't make a wood door. Okay. So we can start tucking some production stuff back here. But I wanted to leave a couple layers of wall here, so if we do have someone like a siege or a breacher raid, that does take him a little bit of time to chew through the wall. Toggle this off. Toggle that on. So I toggle that off right now. Okay. So make that Bio Fairy Longsword, and then we're going to stop because that'll be my 3. So that means all my melee pawns are going to have some of the better melee weapons in the game. Okay, we can collapse that. I don't need all that information. Yeah, and we've got all these people doing construction. Is there any of those I could free up to do something else? So Server Lord is doing construction. They could do art. They suck at everything else. Donkey Duff could be swapped over. We could probably take you off of construction now. At least as a main priority. And let you craft. And then research if there's still more to be done. And then the other construction one would be Beset. And Beset has the benefit of, like, they never need to sleep. So they can just do it. And that's kind of what they can work on, so we'll just leave them on it. That's probably a big part of what's getting it done, is just the fact that Beset is always doing it. Even if it's at slow speed, it doesn't matter. It's just happening 24/7. Yeah, let's also open up this area. So trying to decide where I want the choke point here. Let's go ahead and, just as a precaution, we'll add a choke point spot there. So if we have to, like, again, like, run to cover... Cougar Revenge. Oh, I still left you drafted on that? Well, the good news is you absolutely murked that cougar. So that's fine. I had forgotten I had drafted that. Luckily, Cody has 19 shooting. So even with their manipulation, very heavily penalized. There you go. So it sees where it says, a proximity detector has detected an invisible enemy. So I didn't actually see it do the pop, but it did. So we're gonna drop all of our melee in here. And get our sight stealers in here in a hurry. We don't know how long, because I didn't catch that. Sight stealer revealed. Oh lord, they coming. I really should put a second one of those sensors here somewhere. Okay, sight stealer howling. Capture. Yeah, so now we gotta wait for that to pop again. Just get that out. There, so at least the door's available. Okay. Alright, I think it'll be time for, as soon as we get the bioferrite. Yep, so that'll be time for us to build the second bioferrite generator. I did peel off the roof so this place isn't overheating now. That might push its luck. If so, we can pop that open or do AC shenanigans. Meanwhile, we can go here in Entity, Maintain Only, and Maintain Only. These are purely here to give me bioferrite. And bioferrite is fuel for my generators. Dark Vision's on Beset because you're entombed. Why not visit? So with the anomaly stuff, if we look here, I literally have just those two as the only ones left. Everything else I don't have access to. So I'm kind of taking all of them off of research and just leaving it to this, because I don't really need the other things. And it's a waste of time for me to, like, I'd rather they just do regular research than the anomaly research. I'm leaving the one here, so I'm getting a little bit. But right now, when it comes to research, there's a basic. Sorry, that is the advanced. But the basic, all I'm missing is the bioferrite weaponry, which I don't have precision rifling for, and then we haven't seen Gore Hulk to get the last one. Animal starvation. Is a problem. And if we get that built, then I can turn those other things back on. We can get our grow room going. Also, home zone. Get it in there. Alright, but all in all, the colony's going really well. We dealt with a lot of stuff like pit gates and all that stuff. The colony is growing. We are starting to just have lots and lots of kids as we're getting more and more couples in the place. We're starting into the xenogenetics. We're not having a whole lot of opportunities, but we got our first volunteer here who's being so kind as to help us out. Who are basically trashing their brain by de-aging ourselves. Partly to de-age ourselves, also partly because then, you know, we can keep going until we get what we want out of them. But so far, the only one I got was the UV vulnerability in melee combo, which isn't bad. If I get another positive thing to put with that, I could potentially start putting that into our melee pawns. Okay, so how are you doing? So your moving is down to 30% because of the missing leg, and then because of all the brain scars, you're down to 60% being able to do anything. And you could just blast through mining this whole area out. Honestly, this will be good because this will give me room for like the fabrication station and all that later. Medical treatment needed. Oh, for your asthma, that's fine. I was like, medical treatment needed on you for why? Okay, and you can start getting that room done. Okay, and so for this, oh, it's an alpaca. That's because the alpaca are starving. There's not enough food back there. Okay, we'll keep it to 6 adults. Well, 6 total. If you could refuel that, that'd be great. Alright. That means we can turn everything on. Okay, next round. We just got the alert that there is invisible things underneath our spot. So grab all our ranged, pile them in. We'll pop the door real quick. I don't think it was a ton, because it didn't take him very long to get past. So one thing we can actually do here, if I remember correctly, I believe that reveals them farther back. I also like the Canadian hussies just in there. It's like, man, I got bricks to cut. I don't got time for this demonic things like sneaking in here out of the darkness to cause us grief. You all clear? We good? I think we good. Alright, well, in that case, capture you. Capture you. Capture you. Capture you. Welcome many volunteers. And Luxor is the only one who took an injury and a bunch of little scratches. Yep, fuel friends. Now one thing that will be a problem with this eventually is this will start to become laborious to maintain all of the components for all these. But that's not too bad. We should be able to trade for those relatively easy, and we'll probably have fabrication and not super long. Meanwhile, dangerous animals over there. That's fine. Alright, so that should be the end of that event. That actually gave me, I think it was 2 shards, which is pretty nice. Now these are relatively crap things to keep. If we look at this, a Sight Stealer here is only worth... it's only worth 1.6. Actually, that's better than I thought. 1.6. That's worth 2. This is worth 4.4. That's worth 4. So actually the Metal Horror is the highest one. That's actually good. I think the Metal Horror wasn't as high originally, but they did a balance pass. Because stuff like the Devourer and the Metal Horror can be pretty dangerous to keep inside your base. If someone's in this room and the Metal Horror pops out, Metal Horrors can actually kill you pretty easily. They have lots of cutting damage, so they have a tendency to remove limbs and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so... I'm gonna need you... Oh. Entities... Add bills, cremate corpse, duo forever. Details, clear. Entity corpses, not undiscovered. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Yeah, so trying to get a bunch of these corpses at least out of the door. So one, the door can close. And two, so we don't get corpse stink inside the building. Yeah, that's gonna take a while to clear all that out to get our grow room. Okay, though, chat. It is getting to be about that time as well. I need to be hopping off because I gotta be up in probably not quite 4 hours. A little over 4 hours for the people to come to cut down the, or not cut down, to clean up the tree that we had fall over, grind the stump and all that stuff. So it's gonna be an early morning. But I will be back at 7 p.m. EST tomorrow. Probably for more RimWorld, but I reserve the right to change my mind to the absolute last possible second because I do that. But if you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you're out on the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I do stream from 7 p.m. EST till about 4 a.m. EST pretty much every day, but Thursdays and Fridays. And even though technically Thursdays and Fridays are usually off my schedule, I still stream them anyways. A lot of the time. It's just if I'm going to take a day off, it's going to be those days. Now, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. But unfortunately, the stream will be ending for you because I don't have a host ready over there. But thank you so much for tuning in. And then for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and toss up my ending stream screen.